Uh,
Greetings and welcome, viewers. I am your host and storyteller, Sylvanov. Oh, Echo. Thank you for joining us while we delve into the world of darkness with Vampire the Masquerade. This stream is intended for mature audience and does contain mature themes that may not be suitable for all viewers. This game revolves around a dark horror theme and may contain content that may be a trigger for some audience members. Please keep in mind that this is a work of fiction. The views and actions of the characters are not explicitly the views or actions of the actual players. At no time should any of the violence or horror portrayed in our game be attempted by anyone at any time for any reason. Please sit back, grab a drink and a snack, and join us on the shadowy path that is the world of darkness. And now, before we start, please meet and welcome our players for the evening.
Hello, I am Raven, and I'm playing Annabelle of Clan Nosferatu.
Hi, I'm Randy, and I'm playing Tim from the Bruja clan.
Hi there, I am Virginia Stone from Toreador.
I'm everybody's favorite Ezekiel White of Clan Malkavian, Mitwad.
Hey, I'm Chase. I'm playing a thin blood named Jonathan Keats.
And we were also joined this evening by Demetrius, who is playing Sam Smith, the Toreador, who is currently AFK and will be rejoining us very shortly. When last we were together, our crew had attended Miss Virginia Stone's open mic night, to which she was strangely absent. Things occurred. New faces were brought into the fold. Many things that probably are not going to make Miss Stone smile. We'll find out. But first, everybody please rouse check.
Hey. Success.
Success.
Thank God it's a success.
Off to a good start.
Go team. Go team.
Success.
Awesome.
This evening starts a bit early, about 4 p.m. in the afternoon. Mr. Jonathan Keats, at his home, toiling away before the pre-dawn hour or pre-dusk hours, in his laboratory receives a knock at his door.
Will stop what I'm doing. It's very curious for someone to be knocking at my door. So I will set aside my notes and my equipment, and I will head over there and look to see who it is.
There's an individual simply dressed, as far as you can see through the peephole in your door. A simple black hoodie, seems to have a black collared button-down shirt underneath, and kind of keeps his head tilted away from the peephole a little.
And be very suspicious of this and not open the door, but just yell, "Who's there?"
I have a delivery for a Mr. Keats.
Not expecting a delivery.
It's from a Mr. Miller.
Okay, I'll open the door.
He simply hands over a padded manila envelope that seems overly stuffed. It's about 8.5 by 11, but there are clearly 2 roundish lumps in it.
And what's your name?
I was told that I didn't need one.
Okay. That's fair.
He has no clipboard. He's not asking for a signature of any kind. There doesn't happen to be any markings on the envelope at all.
Will you tell Mr. Miller that I have received it?
I will do so. Thank you, Mr. Keats. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
And he
close
leaves.
it. Yeah, close the door, and then open the manila envelope and see what's inside.
Inside, the first thing you encounter is a small note that says, "Open after dusk." In the envelope, there are 2 bubble wrapped small jars about the size of jelly jars, small pint jars. When on inspection, contains a darkish reddish brown colored liquid, which one could assume was probably blood. They have but a single mark on the top of each. One is marked with the number 1, one is marked with the number 2.
I will do as instructed. I will actually put it in a cabinet so that it doesn't get any ambient light.
Excellent. There's nothing else on the note or on the envelope at all. There's no markings, there's no anything. It's literally just a couple of pint jars of what you assume is blood.
And then I'm going to copy all the notes that I took mentally on a notebook that I have from the previous night, because I did want to go over that as well. And I kind of want to see this club when everything isn't insane and crazy. So I am probably gonna head over there.
All right. Are you taking anything with you or just leaving everything back at home?
I'm leaving all the jars and stuff back home, but I'm bringing like my backpack and my notes and stuff like that.
Okay. And going where? To the Haven Club?
Yep, going to the Haven Club.
All right. You drive over. It's still kind of gray and cloudy outside. The sun's still above the horizon. But it's very overcast. It's a typical winter evening in Virginia. You get to the Haven Club. There's a couple of cars there, not very many. It occurs to you that it's probably a night place. You park in the parking lot or the garage?
I would have held a cab, and I don't have a vehicle, so I would have just got that, paid him, and then.
When you get there, you notice that there is no valet or doorman. There aren't the typical guards out front. The hours are clearly displayed as not open till 8 p.m. Special events by appointment only. And if you actually try the door, it is in fact locked.
Gotcha. I'm just gonna I'll take out my notebook and just start writing.
Okay. And you're gonna do that for the next 3 hours or so?
Yeah.
All right, so you're gonna park up on one of the benches that are out front and just start writing. Time passes. As the hours tick by, there's a few people that come and go. They do you see them drive or walk around the rear of the building to an employee entrance, and you pretty much can assume that those are in fact employees as they disappear into the building. Nobody goes to the front door. You get a few looks as you sit out front, but nobody really pays you any mind or attention other than that. You get acknowledged. And that'll go on for the next 3 or 4 hours as you wait for the sun to drop. As the sun goes down in the rest of Kindred society, as the mortal world winds down for the evening and begins their nightly routines, our vampires are tugged from their sleep and slumber. Virginia, you have returned home from business. You're awakened by the pull of the moon, the drop of the sun, and the beckoning call of that thing inside you. You are in your home. What are you doing?
Well, I guess the first thing I'm going to do is take a peek at my email and get the reports from last night, see if anybody had anything to say. If anything went abnormal, I guess I'll review some of the footage, just kind of skim through it because I have access to the security cams that are there.
So first things you notice, there's no message from Freddy. Freddy's been incommunicado. Lorenzo, on the other hand, has been running the show for a couple of nights and has reported to you extensively on the goings-ons at the Haven Club, including big angry questions about where were you? This was open mic night. This was your thing. You're not here. Sam's taking control. He's doing his thing. There's the nightly numbers from the last couple of nights. Everything's been running pretty well. There's really nothing reported other than the bartender, Mandy, was sick and was sent home early, and that some guy that Sam said was okay filled in behind the bar. And apparently he was one of the orators at open mic night and put on a good reading of a couple of poems. And for some strange reason felt compelled to take over running the bar.
Well, that's mildly concerning.
As you scan through security footage, there's some things of note that catch your attention. You have met Annabelle in character, yes?
No, I have not.
Okay, you haven't. But you do see on the security footage the arrival of one Ezekiel White with some unknown person with him that for some unknown reason seems blurred in the cameras, almost obscured and staticky. Zeke looks terrible. He, in one frame, is wearing overly baggy clothes that he has to literally hold bunched in his hand to keep his trousers from falling. The shirt looks like it's about 8 sizes too big. And he's walked inside. You can follow the camera footage to where this individual that he's with, go up to Sam's office. There's also another person who was there, got a drink at the bar. Turns out to be the same person who ended up being behind the bar. Spent a little time in Sam's office before he went down and got on stage. Shortly after, a mime literally died on stage. Well, figuratively, as mimes do.
Okay, good. I was concerned.
During the time that the unknown individual, whom, if you check your guest list, is listed as Mr. Jonathan Keats, poet and speaker. While he's on stage, the cameras do catch Zeke going to the bar, having what looks like a short conversation with the bartender, and then disappearing through the kitchen out the back to the loading area in the back of the club. Followed shortly on the cameras as well, coming down from Sam's office, is the blur that is, for the most part, unidentifiable on the cameras. Follows him out. The landing zone camera shows you Zeke feeding on Mandy, the bartender and bar manager. Shortly after,
my goddamn camera.
Shortly after, the blurred person also shows up and, for lack of a better term, seems to both get fed on by Zeke and feeds Zeke. Before disappearing. The scan through the rest of the camera footage shows the rest of the open mic night going pretty well. It shows this individual identified as Jonathan Keats behind the bar, the main bar at the Haven Club, probably working better than any of the bartenders and bar managers you've ever had in there. Even open as short time as you have, he seems to be a stellar bartender. It's not like it was a full packed house. It's a, a closed open mic night, small crowd. Victor Costa is nowhere to be seen. Mr. Toon, nowhere to be seen. Other than that, that's what you catch. That's what you can see on cameras.
Well, I'm going to immediately from my private computer delete any and all footage of Ezekiel doing sketchy shit.
Okay.
Because I am not having that anywhere on any of my servers.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but you have no technology skills. So if you would roll me intelligence and technology, please.
Okay. My thought was after talking to security people, they might have been like, oh, this is how you do it. Like you talk a grandma through video chatting people. So let me just go here. What is my intelligence? Okay. Oh, that's lovely. Lucky me, I got 4 successes.
Wow. As far as you
That
know,
is lucky as shit.
as far as you know, you have followed the proper procedure that Freddie and Lorenzo have laid out for you if you so wish to do some of these activities remotely.
Okay, perfect. God damn it. Okay, and in that case, I'm going to turn off my laptop, put it back in a lined case that I was told would block weird signals. I don't know, some weird tech shit. And now I'm gonna go get dressed for the evening. Apparently dressed to kill because I have some people to kill.
Excellent. Mr. Toon.
Yo.
Perhaps you could tell us what you've been doing for the last 48 hours.
I've been laying low in Virginia Beach, biding my time until our appointed meeting.
All right. So I assume that you've made your way back to Northern Virginia the previous evening or before the sun rose this day.
Mm-hmm.
And as you wake in your private little abode, what is it you're going to do?
I am going to essentially read the paper to see if there's anything of note in the paper.
There is not much of note, which is kind of a blessing and a curse. It means either shit's been really quiet and that's cool, or shit's been really quiet and why.
And that's not cool. Yeah. Well, I'm going to get dressed and kind of bide my time until it's time to head to where I need to be going to.
And where will you be heading?
To the battlefield.
Okay. Zeke, Annabelle. It's another evening of waking up in the flop house. Zeke, once again, dressed in overly baggy clothes, somehow can't seem to wash the stench of embalming fluids off of himself.
No. Although he will try yet again.
So yeah, as Annabelle like unfolds herself from the bathtub for these so many nights in a row or whatever, she's just going to give a dirty look to Ezekiel as she walks out of the bathroom.
He'll just grunt at her the word food.
As I step out of the door, I'm just going to turn around and say, "Clean yourself up, and then I will find you your dinner."
You don't need to find it. Tap a vein.
I'll just nod my head and attempt to debunk all the fluid off of myself.
Zeke, you go through the efforts of drawing a shower and scrubbing as much as possible. It's hard to tell if one can get the smell of embalming fluid off of them once it's been piped through their veins. It kind of leaks into the tissues and does its job as embalming fluid. It has a particular smell. It is, in fact, as Annabelle stated, the smell of death. If you've ever been to any funerals, there's
Yes.
that unique odor. And I'm not talking about the odor of bacterial decay that occurs when one dies, but the exact opposite. The preserving of dead flesh has a particular scent. You carry it.
In that case, after a couple minutes of umpteenth scrubbing, we will notice our wounds on our neck.
Okay.
Unfortunately, we realize there's nothing we can do about them just at this moment.
Sure there is. You can will them to heal.
Yes, we will attempt to mend the healing.
All right. Rouse the blood, please.
As you wish.
If you want to heal, you got to rouse the blood.
I mean, as you wish.
Success.
Okay. You do not gain hunger, and you are able to simply will the flesh to heal itself and close as if nothing had happened. Yes.
Since they're aggravated, doesn't he have to do like 3 rouse checks?
Oh, that's right. They are aggravated. My
Yes.
mistake. Please rouse twice more. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Annabelle.
Yeah.
And success.
Excellent. You are able to heal the aggravated wound and close the 2 puncture wounds on your neck. But it does bring fresh to mind the entire experience. The beguilement of the bartender, the feeding of her, the assault of Annabelle, her taking of your vitae, your vital fluids. And then she gave it back with just a little something extra. Your beast doesn't seem to mind. In fact, it thinks fondly on the experience. There's a tinge of want, a tinge of desire, a tinge of hunger. The thought occurs to you to seek her out.
How strong of a pull is that thought?
It's intense.
Then we will immediately, barring breaking the door down, seek her out.
Zeke comes busting out of the bathroom, naked as a jaybird, scrubbed fresh. The weird mix of scents of embalming fluids and soaps cover him.
Yes. He will attempt to cover his modesty.
Well, at least you're excited tonight. That's something. You keep talking about feeding, and I don't want to seem like an ungracious host. So put on your rags and we'll go take care of that.
As soon
Why
as
do
she
we have to
says the
go
words, "Get on your
anywhere?"
rag,"
Get it done.
as soon as the words "get on your rags" are uttered out of her mouth, 180, old clothes, straight back on, including the suit. And only the suit.
Okay. Blood splattered suit.
Yes.
Perfect.
That he will have attempted to wash in the sink to at least dilute the stain.
As it was a nice black suit, it's not hard to at least cover up the fact that it's blood stained. It still looks like something has stained the suit, but it's not immediately identifiable as blood. The scent,
Perfect.
however, is awakened by the moisture in it.
We will attempt to scrub that with some sort of soap or...
The scent is the one that you know. It's vitae. You know this scent. More so, it's the vitae of another kindred. And more than that, it's Annabelle's vitae.
Where exactly is the stain? Is it toward the...
It smells like an intoxicant.
We will go back to her huffing on the jacket.
Smelling the lapel, Zeke comes from the bathroom.
Sorry.
You're, you're always seeking some sort of rush, it seems. You were dosing that woman last night, weren't you?
Yes.
You drug addicts. Do you have any
Yes.
more of your drug?
He will take out the small bag in his, Sam's jacket.
Oh, it's clearly yours. He gave it to you and said,
Oh,
you
yes,
have it.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. I will take out the mushrooms.
Okay. I'm gonna take the mushrooms from him. Just like grab the baggie from him.
I'll hand it over willingly.
Follow me.
Again, right at her coat heels.
So I want to step out of this apartment room. And you said there was a gentleman like one or two doors down that was wearing Zeke's clothes, or the clothes that Zeke is wearing currently. I would like to go to his apartment, and I want to test the door, see if the doorknob is locked.
It's not. This is an apartment of exactly 6 apartments. It's literally a small flop house.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody kind of knows everybody because they don't have a choice. It's too small of a building to not know who you live with, although whether you're friendly with them or not is an entirely different story. Mr. Jones' apartment is unlocked. He kind of leaves it that way. He doesn't care.
I gotcha. I'm going to open the door, and I'm going to tell Ezekiel, I'm going to put the mushrooms back in Ezekiel's hand. I'm going to say, you can find your meal in there.
As you open the door, you hear the unmistakable slack of what cannot be misconstrued, a shotgun being cocked. Who the fuck's at my door?
I'm going to duck out of the way.
I'm going to stick my head through the doorway. Sorry, Mr. Jones. I didn't mean to scare you.
Oh, hey, what's your, yeah, you're in 3C. What's your name?
Oh, I'm Annabelle, sir.
Right. What are you doing here?
I wanted to see if you had any sugar.
Sugar. Yeah. Yeah. He sets the shotgun next to his couch, which oddly doesn't face the TV that's in his little living room. It literally faces the door. He gets up and waves you in and walks to his little kitchenette and starts rummaging through cabinets looking for sugar as if he has no idea if he has sugar or not.
Okay.
Eventually he does find some.
As he's rummaging for sugar, I want to pop Silence of Death, and I want to go into the room.
Okay.
And I want to walk up behind Mr. Jones, and I want to grab him so that I can basically like hold him, kind of like I did to Ezekiel the previous night.
Sure. Strength and brawl.
Okay.
You get a bonus for the surprise.
Okay, 1, 2.
This old guy is probably not going to resist too much. He's more one of those paranoid old white guys.
Yeah. Holy fuck. Seriously, those hunger dice are killing me. Okay, well, I'm going to have to use a willpower to re-roll 2 of my fails.
Did you get at least 2 successes?
No, I got 1 success and 3 fails on hunger dice. So There's 2 successes.
Okay. Two's enough. You successfully manhandle the old crotchety dude.
Okay.
He's
I'm
extremely surprised and kind of yelps like a stepped on puppy.
I'm just going to kind of whisper in his ear, shh, shh, shh. And then
What the hell? Hey, let go.
Mr. Jones, I'm going to drop silence of death, of course, so I can be heard. Mr. Jones, it is important that you be quiet.
What the hell? What the? He's lost and confused.
Right. Mr. Jones, I am going to take care of you. I just need you to be quiet for 1 minute.
Get your Nazi fucking hands off me!
How loud is he shouting these words?
He's shouting.
Yeah. Okay. So
I'm going to enter the room, close the door, and stand off to one side so he can't see me.
Okay. Well, she's kind of bodily blocking him from behind,
Yeah.
so that's not too hard. He's facing kitchen cabinets.
I'm gonna move my hand over his mouth or like up underneath his jaw, kind of like pinch his jaw so he can't like move his mouth to make those like noises as easily, if that makes sense.
Okay, so you muffle him. Got it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Mr. White,
Yes.
get your ass over here.
And do the deed.
Uh,
Could you force him to, and he will take one bit out just enough to get him his need. Force him to swallow this.
You can force him to swallow this. I'm going to turn the man towards Ezekiel and kind of like pop his mouth open so he can do the work. So
I will shove the mushroom as far down his throat as I can before it chokes him, and use my other hand to coax it down his throat.
Okay. As you start to press your fingers and mushroom into his mouth, he bites down as hard as he fucking can.
Tingly.
Not tingly. He severs one of your fingers. He bites it off.
I will remove one finger. Take a look. You said I could do with him as I wish, correct?
oh yes, he is your meal, Mr. White, and I would appreciate it if you didn't fuck this up.
You know, I do need some more subjects.
Even as you hold him, he spits the finger right in Ezekiel's face. Like literally just spits it. Fuck you! Fucking get off of me!
We will then feed upon him. As she holds him at a good angle.
Okay.
We want to take at least 2 if we can.
That's easy enough. As you latch onto his neck, he struggles feebly against Annabelle's hold on him, and you successfully feed.
I will
He's
take the stump.
His eyes are in terror. He cannot believe what's going on right now. And he is audibly, as best he can, trying to express his dislike of this current circumstance that he finds himself in with his neighbor.
We will take the still oozing stump.
You
and
can
give him
hear
a little bit of ours.
a thumping on the floor from below you, like thump, 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 as he continues to scream and yell. Annabelle, this is not uncommon in this particular flop house. It is not unusual for neighbors to be loud and ridiculous and others to let them know by slapping walls or banging pots and pans or hitting floors or ceilings, as the case may be.
Right. So I have a quick question. Because of my prey exclusion, if I feed from this man, do I take a stain?
Not necessarily a stain, but it's less effective It's less effective and
Oh,
not
okay.
satisfying. In
Okay,
fact,
that's fine.
because it's a prey exclusion, it affects you mentally. It's like, this is the worst thing that you could ever possibly put in your mouth because your beast refuses to drink from this thing. You can
I
force
gotcha.
it to
Okay.
feed. But it
No.
is the most repulsive
Um,
thing that you could possibly imagine is drinking from this person.
what? I just want to knock this guy out at this point because he's becoming a pain in the ass.
You have a hold on him.
I'll-
Choke him.
So I don't want to kill
I'll
him.
finish my drink
Okay.
and give her space to do whatever she needs to do.
You choke him out.
I'm gonna choke him. Then. I'll choke him out. Yeah.
Okay, so I will give you your strength and awareness because you need to have the mind to know when to stop without killing the poor fool.
Does he look like he's become anemic at this point?
Not that you would
This is
know
a
unless you
really
have
large
medical
dude.
training.
Okay.
Okay. So that is 5 successes.
Okay, you definitely are practiced at the chokehold. You know when it's time to let go and that he's just fading to black. He becomes limp
Okay.
in your grip. He stops struggling. His voice tears out pretty quickly. His eyes roll back and close. And you drop him to the floor.
I was gonna drag him over to the couch. Just
Okay.
kind of drop him down.
I'll
on
help
the
her
couch.
move him if it looks like she's moving him.
She definitely is. Zeke grabs his legs and helps you maneuver him to the couch.
While grabbing my severed finger from the ground.
And Zeke, that is technically, I think, a superficial wound.
Yes.
It's not necessarily aggravated. You're just missing a finger.
No, we will keep the finger. War trophy.
Or put it back.
So, I mean, yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm good. I'm just going to let Ezekiel do whatever he wants to do at this point. So
okay.
He'll take a look at the gentleman laying there unconscious. Should I give him a taste of his own medicine? Make him a follower? No. Yes.
See,
Yes.
your beast kind of tweaks up a little bit. What do you mean make him a follower? Take his fucking finger. An eye for an eye.
Yes. Yes. I'll go rummaging in his quote unquote kitchen for a knife.
You don't need a knife. You got teeth. He bit your finger off. Now bite it.
How deeply unconscious is he?
He's out. I mean, you have no way of knowing how out he is, but Annabelle choked him out.
Yes, we will actually bite his finger off.
So Annabelle, Zeke bends down, starts to raise his hand to his mouth and sticks a finger in his mouth. And
yeah, when he sticks the finger in his mouth, I'm going to grab him by the back of his hair, like the back of his head, like the hair on the back of his head.
We will stop immediately.
Are you fucking stupid?
Nodding while fingers in mouth, yes.
I'm going to pull his head back so the finger is not in his mouth, hopefully, anymore.
do you bite it off or not?
No, we will resist.
Okay.
You can feed you can feed him, but if you disfigure the kind, people notice.
Yes, Miss Annabelle. And he will feed him off the previous finger stump.
And what is your intention? You're just feeding him blood and want to bond him, or what?
Oh, we are going for the bond.
Okay.
Sorry, everybody. My scenes take so long as I hold Ezekiel's hand through not fucking shit up too bad. So
You are appreciated. We want less dumpster fire.
oh, there's plenty of
luck.
dumpster fire to come.
Yeah.
No, I
Good
know.
luck. You are in the wrong game, honey.
Mitigate.
Okay, so Zeke
Yes.
oddly takes the stump of his left index finger and begins to will the blood out of it and into Mr. Jones's mouth, forcing him to feed. Zeke, you will take a hunger.
That's fine. 2 is more comparable than 3.
Most days.
Yes.
Mr. Jones does not immediately wake up.
Interesting. We're going to check for a pulse.
He's alive.
Interesting. We came here to do what we needed to do, and time to let him nap it off.
No. Mr. Jones was not as willing as I was hoping he would be. Do you perhaps have any of the proclivities so prone to your clan, Mr. White?
You wish to make him forget.
Yes, that would be preferable, because if he doesn't forget, I need to burn this whole building down.
Still sounds like fun, but okay.
Oh, would you? I mean, you were so intent on feeding him your blood. I thought maybe you cared about this kind. So I was just, if you prefer, fine. In the Inferno, we can do that instead.
He will attempt to arouse Mr. Jones as best he can.
The effect of vampiric vitae on Mr. Jones takes effect as you try to rouse him. His eyes shoot open. A look on his face is strange. Either of you been to war?
No.
You have no idea the look on his face. His eyes dart from Zeke to Annabelle to his shotgun, and then back as he struggles to sit up.
As soon as I can catch him in a gaze,
And how would you like to do that?
I'm going to grab his chin very gently and force his vision to him.
The fuck are you doing?
As soon as he locks eyes, you will forget in cloud memory.
And while Ezekiel's doing this, I'm gonna go and make sure there's any blood on the floor of the kitchenette area where his finger was. So
Okay. There's a few spatters, but as dirty as his place is, it doesn't really stand out. But yeah, there's a few drops that escape to the floor and not on Zeke's chin.
I'll just bend down and kind of wipe it with my hand, then or the sleeve of my shirt or whatever. I don't care if it gets on me. So
Zeke, you do definitely catch his gaze. His eyes kind of milk over a little as you tell him to forget.
Yes.
He looks a little dazed. What are the two of you doing?
I'm walking out the door.
I'll fall behind her. within, a moment or two, and just smiling at my new prize.
Okay. You both
Whispering
exit.
to myself, I'll be back.
He owes us a finger.
We will nod vigorously, but say nothing.
The two of you exit Mr. Jones's apartment and do what?
I'm heading out
So-
to my car.
I'll follow her, speaking as we walk. So, where are we going this evening?
Mr. Jones didn't go the way I was hoping it would, so now I have to find alternative means of feeding. So there used to be some haunts where the Thin Bloods hung out. I'd like to go and visit them.
Where exactly in town? Downtown?
Just a second. I'm checking the map real fast. That's Thin Blood territory, right? It's real close to where we're at.
Very close to where you're at.
Yeah, I probably don't even need to drive, but driving just looks a little bit better than walking, probably. So
Thinbred territory is over by the county court.
Okay.
Prince William County Health Department, a couple of neighborhoods over there.
Okay.
So
Well, if you need any monetary assistance,
I don't need your money, Mr. White.
it would be the least of my forgiving nature.
All right. As the two of you jump in the car and head over towards a little bit of territory to go find something to drink. Mr. Keats, you're there at the
Yes.
Haven Club, hanging out front, writing in your noting pad. A very nice Escalade drives up. Quickly, a driver jumps out, runs to the passenger rear door, opening the door. Virginia Stone pops out, arriving at her club. Not that you know who she is,
Nope.
but describe yourself for Mr. Keats. Seems to be the only person sitting in front of your establishment, since everybody else is employees and probably on the inside. He looks a little out of place.
Okay, so Virginia Stone is a tall and willowy. She looks to be young, probably in her early 20s. She has shoulder length, wavy brown hair, and she is beautiful. And she has gray eyes. I better specify that. Just like everybody else that seems to be in this coterie. So there's that too. And she is dressed in a, once again, simple but elegant black dress. It is to the ground. It is not a short dress. It is an evening gown.
Jonathan,
nice.
if you would describe yourself to Miss Virginia Stone.
Pulling it up right now. Just give me 1 second.
You might notice a trend for black dresses. She figures it's easier to hide blood with black.
Oh, absolutely. Just give me 1 second.
Oh, dog.
Okay. Yeah, so Jonathan has medium black hair. He has very bright blue-green eyes. He is kind of muscular, but average build. He's like 6 foot even, and he kind of if he's probably like pacing right now and like walking, and you can tell he has a slight limp. in his walk.
You
But he
recognize him from the security footage.
yeah, he wears very like comfortable but stylish clothes, like boots
Well,
and go ahead.
I think Virginia would know of Jonathan. She did invite him, and she would know of his work in the community. So she vaguely knows who he is, not enough to like actually have interactions with him, but she knows of him.
Just writing.
Yeah. So I guess I'm going to walk over to the car.
You're getting out of the car. He's pacing in front of the building.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I'm going to walk over to him.
Hello.
Good evening.
Is it?
I mean, I think it's evening. I might be mistaken.
Oh,
but
no. I
I'm
meant,
pretty sure.
is it good or not?
Yes. Well, no, I don't know. We have yet to see. I have much to attend to this evening, I think. I'm sorry. I think I missed your reading last night. If I remember correctly, you were in attendance?
Yes, and you are.
I'm Virginia Stone.
Oh, you're the actual owner and
Yeah.
jazz musician and prominent in this area.
This and that, yes. Are you Jonathan by chance?
You can call me whatever you want, but Jonathan works just fine.
Okay. Pleasure to finally meet you. I have definitely seen some of your work.
Yeah, before I was insulted, I was thinking about maybe doing some more things here for the community.
Insulted?
Oh yes, you see your Sam Smith. After me working at your bar to save your event, it seems like he said, "Don't worry, we'll get better talent next time." So he insulted everyone, not just me. I wasn't special.
Oh. Well, you have my deepest apologies. I think, as we both know, art is subjective, and some people have. I hate to say that people have wrong opinions about art, but I think that that was an incorrect opinion. You are welcome anytime.
I do appreciate it. The hospitality last time, I wasn't going to say lacking, but I was going to deeply imply it.
Well, it seems that Mr. Smith and I have much to discuss.
But yeah, it's cold outside. Why don't we continue this in this fine establishment?
I was about to say, come on in. We're not quite open just yet, but you're welcome to take a look around, enjoy yourself. I'm just going to attend to a couple of early evening business before we open. But there are drinks at the bar, lots to do. Help yourself if you'd like. I've got the private lounge. It's a lot more quiet.
I do want to check on your bartender.
Yes, do you happen to know more about what happened there? Here, come inside. Let's go inside.
Yeah.
She ushers you into the Haven Club. The door seems to react to her thumbprint. Unlocks and opens as she offers the door and ushers you in.
And we're going to go into my private VIP lounge, which, to let you know, there is a strange bookcase behind the hostess stand, and I'm going to pull on a book
She
like
has
an
a
old
Scooby-Doo
speakeasy, and a
door.
door opens. Yes, and this behind me is the private lounge. It is much more intimate than the actual club proper.
Very different from the Haven Club atmosphere of neon blues and greens and reds.
It
Sam.
is beautiful.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You awake to the phone vibrating. It's a message from Lorenzo.
I look at my phone and I read the message.
Miss Stone's at the club is all it reads.
I send a message back to Lorenzo, telling him to tell her I will be right there. And so I head out to the Haven Club. Ready to get my justice. I figure she's probably going to be mad.
Okay.
If anyone's told her what happened.
Virginia, as you entreat Mr. Keats into the private lounge and the much softer appearance of it, Lorenzo comes through one of the entrances behind the bar and kind of nods in your direction, saying that you have company, just tries to get your attention.
Would you excuse me for just a moment? I'm going to go have a conversation with my head of security there.
And Jonathan, I think you've
Absolutely.
seen Lorenzo the night previous, so he's not an unfamiliar face. You approach Lorenzo and he leans in. I just got a message from Mr. Smith saying that he'll be here shortly.
Oh, good. You can send him to my office.
I will do that. Are you okay? Because you've been gone for a couple of days.
At that, I'm going to give Lorenzo a nice warm hug and tell him that everything is fine. And he's doing a lovely job of keeping the establishment going. And I appreciate him.
At first, he seems a little off-put because this is out of character for you. And he just kind of accepts
Lorenzo's
it.
one of my boys.
He just accepts it and nods, looks at your guest, nods again, and turns and disappears back behind the bar.
I do appreciate him just as much as Freddie. Just so you know. But yes, and I'm going to go ahead and sit with Jonathan. Oh. My screen went funny there.
Yep.
Sorry, distraction noodle.
It's just Zoom fuckery.
Zoom fuckery.
Oh, always fun.
So yeah, Virginia has a brief moment, hugs the gentleman, and turns and walks back to you.
May I smoke?
Oh, absolutely. This is as authentic as it gets. It's my little lounge here.
Nice. He'll start packing a pipe and just smoking it. He will
When
also the poem that he wrote. He will take out and he'll sign it, and he'll give it to you, Virginia.
I'm going to take it. I will read it to myself and smile. And I will look at him and say, "This is very kind of you. I'm going to put this in my office. I think it'll have a nice place there."
But it seems like your friend's getting into quite some trouble.
Oh, you've noticed.
And I am
After one short, brief evening at that.
I will confess to you that I was interested in the mention of wizards and other things. I actually, be honest, I am connected with some members of the Chantry.
Well, it seems to be that my associates have very loose lips, to be honest.
Oh yes, after what is his name, Mr. White left top shelf alcohol out for everyone to get. I thought your party was going to ruin, so I decided to get behind the bar, and they just let me have control of your product and your staff and your security systems and everything else. But
Well, it seems to be that you did a better job of managing my bar than my house manager did last night. Are you looking for a job?
Oh no, I'm a freelance here and there.
Well, there is always a spot here if you wish.
I did want
I
to
think
check on what was her name at the bar, and I'll read off of her address. She lives here. That was also talked about. Uh,
Mandy, the bartender.
yes, Mandy seemed to have a lot of.
yes, I'm going to follow up on that. I'm not totally sure what happened with her, and I'm hoping that Mr. Smith will have a good explanation. It was very hard to see from my footage from last night.
But Miss Virginia, what can I do for you tonight?
Well, I was thinking I might host a little impromptu gathering in this space now that it is finally complete. Kind of, oh, shoot, I just dropped my keyboard. Sorry. Kind of like a little homage to my own roots. I started singing in clubs very much like this in New York in my youth. And I think it'd be very nice to sort of christen this space this evening. So if you're looking to perform, the stage is open. It would not an official open mic night, but still an open place for performances.
Yeah, I don't think I'll take you up on that tonight, just because I got to get some more inspiration. That's what I'm doing right now. I'm writing.
Oh, absolutely. Totally understand. When the muse strikes.
She is fickle, isn't she?
Oh, oh yes. More often of late, I find, but such is this existence.
Do you want me to get you a drink or anything?
No, I think I'm about to go up to my office and wait for Mr. Smith to arrive. I think he and I have a little bit to discuss.
Absolutely. Well, I will await you at the bar.
Of course, help yourself to anything here, as I said. Mi casa, su casa, as they say.
Cool. Yeah, I'm gonna go check on the bartender.
Of course. And at that, I'm going to stand up and start to go up leave my lounge and go up the stairs to my office.
Okay. So, Jonathan, you're leaving the Haven Club to go to the bartender's home?
No. I just want to see her at her job, make sure she's okay. She got the tips that we talked about that I saved for her.
She is not present.
Mm.
When you make your way back to the main room in the Haven Club, she is not there. There's somebody else behind the bar.
Cool. Yeah, well, in that case, I'll just order a glass of wine and go back to the lounge.
Okay. The lounge was pretty fully stocked. You could have helped yourself.
Okay, I'll do that then.
Okay. Mr. Sam Smith.
Yeah, I pull up, I get out my car, I walk in the door. I don't say hi to nobody because I know she's waiting for me. I go straight to Virginia's office.
Okay. Straight away.
I want to handle business right away, so that's why I'm going to her office.
You knock, or do you just let yourself in?
No, I knock.
I will come in.
I open the door, walk in, and I close it behind me.
Have a seat, Mr. Smith.
Yeah, we need to talk. And I have a seat.
I think you have a lot of talking to do. That's correct. Do you mind starting from the top? What in the hell happened last night?
Well, open mic night was a success, of course.
Oh, it was.
Yeah.
That's not what you told the patrons last night. That is not what you told the performing artists last night. But do continue. Yes, I want to hear more.
Well, then Mr. White showed up before we started last night. Was someone who knows Mr. Damien. And we talked to my office, me, Miss Annabelle, and Mr. Keats, of course, talked at my office. We didn't go in your office because I know how you are. You want to buy your office if you're not there. So we went in my office and we talked. Then Mr. White told me he ran into Miss Lupo on the way to the battlefield where we were supposed to meet. They ran into Mr. Damien, who gave a message to Mr. White, who gave a message to me, and I'm passing this along to you. The tower wants to talk to Mr. Costa.
I think you're getting away from the point.
I'm
I'm
getting
not
to
here
that
to talk
point.
about that.
It leads up. This has all happened last night. This is what Mr. White told me last night at my office.
Mm-hmm.
Then
I'm talking about with a fiasco downstairs. I'm going to cut right to the point because I've got other stuff to do this evening, and I don't have the patience to wait. What the hell happened?
Miss Stone, will you let me get to the point? Because I was getting to that. Okay? If you let me talk, I will get to that point about what Mr. White did last night. Okay? I'm just as angry as you are. Mr. White.
Oh, I highly doubt that.
Oh, trust me. I went off on him last night. I broke out of my comfort zone and I yelled at him last night. He fed on Mandy and apparently felt her up. I had to send her home last night. That's why she's not here tonight.
Oh, you poor soul.
I literally sent her home last night because she was not feeling good, and I know what happened. I told her, until you come back 100%, I want you to stay home. Do you want to do any of our staff to get sick? Get sick? So I sent her home, and right now she is resting. We will not see her until she's 100% better. I yelled at Mr. White. I asked him exactly, this is my exact words, what in the cane was you thinking? Miss Annabelle took him home took him wherever they went, and he hasn't been back since last night. So if you want to yell at anybody for the action about the bartender, you talk to Mr. White. You don't come to me, angry as you are. No, I'm already angry enough as it is for his actions last night.
That's right.
Hold the phone. Hold the phone here. You are my friend, Sam. We have been friends for years. However, in this situation, I am your boss. I left you in charge of not just your domain, the domain of me and Fiona, your primogen. You also forget my rank in the
She
clan.
doesn't fucking own
I am
us.
the whip to Fiona. It is not just the fact of I'm your friend and you can walk all over me here. I think we need to put it. I need to put my foot down at this point. At the most of the time, you and I are equals, and this is fine.
You hear
in this
this
case, we are
shit.
not.
So what are you
This is my
saying?
club. I have put more on the line for this club than you have, and to allow somebody to feed on one of our employees, I don't care if you didn't directly allow him. You know that he is a risk, and you know that he is prone to doing stupid shit, and you did not watch him. And he fed on camera.
What are we, his
I had to
babysitter?
delete it from our cameras that he fed on one of our bartenders.
I told him not to do it in front of the cameras. It's his fault he didn't listen to me. Okay?
It's your fault you did not have a tighter rein. I am not doing anything about it at this point. I'm telling you that I am not impressed. He fed in someone else's domain without permission from what I saw on the cameras. Okay? I'm just letting you see how I see it. I understand that you are frustrated and you are mad, but this is the situation. All right? You did not handle that well.
Are you done?
No.
Because I have something to say about that, if you're done.
Oh, you have a lot of words to say, but I'm really not in the mood to hear it. I suggest you leave the office this evening.
That's fine.
I'd rather not see you manage tonight, so you can have your night off.
That's fine. I walk to the door, open it, and I slam it when I walk out because I am pissed.
Good.
You fucked up. Don't hear a word from me. I just walk straight out the door and I'm gone. No phone call from me, no nothing. He won't hear from Sam tonight. That's how pissed he is.
I'm going to call Lorenzo now and say, okay, Lorenzo, Mr. Smith is indisposed this evening. He will not be running the bar. So I am
We'll make
running
sure
this
it's taken
evening.
care of.
Thank you.
Is everything okay?
Yes.
Okay. We'll take care of it. It's okay. These things happen. They have for the last several
Perfect.
nights.
Oh, as I've noticed. As I said, you are doing a lovely job, darling.
Thank
Keep
you.
doing you.
I will.
Have you heard anything from Freddie lately?
He called in sick.
I'm going to get in touch with him then. Thank you.
No problem. And he hangs up.
I guess I'm going to call Freddie then.
You get voicemail.
I'm not going to leave anything. I'm just going to hang up.
Okay. Mr. Toon, what are you doing?
I am heading towards the battlefield.
Okay.
Lurking around, paying attention on my way.
Just driving over there.
Yes.
Okay. It's a few minutes away. You get there. It's quiet.
Good. I'm going to park the car far away and kind of lurk around the old house there.
Okay. There's literally nothing going on. There's no teenagers. There's nobody. It's winter. It's not really tourist season, that's for sure. Not even the police are hanging out at the corner of 28 and Sudley, or 29 and Sudley, to see if people are speeding down Route 29. It's quiet. It's really quiet.
Excellent. Just hanging out.
Okay, then we will come back to you. Literally, it is so quiet that there is nothing going on at the battlefield. If you're expecting people to show up, or it is an antagonizingly annoying wait. Like, I've got shit to do. I've got better things to do. It's that kind of quiet.
Well, I mean, if no one shows up, I'm in the win. So
it's still early. It's still early. I mean, I think the meeting time was set for like 3 a.m.
I thought it was 1 a.m.
or 1 a.m. Still, it's still hours away.
Okay, yeah, well, that's fine.
But you are effectively scoping the place out, and it is definitely quiet.
Yep.
There's no lurkers. There's the occasional traffic running up and down 29 or Sudley Road, and that's about it.
Yeah, I'm just essentially going to keep my head on a swivel and pay attention and make sure it stays that way.
Excellent. Annabelle, Zeke, the two of you are headed where?
I'm just going to drive towards the Thin Blood territory.
You're there.
And okay.
Yes.
I just want to park. And sorry, is there like anything? Do we know if there's like a Thin Blood bar or anything around here?
Not really your scene. And as far as you understand their way of doing things, they try and keep that kind of stuff quiet. They don't advertise. It's not like where all the local Camarilla hangouts are. Mm-hmm. You also know where the Anarchs like to hang out. But the Thin Bloods, they try and keep that on the down low, almost better than the Masquerade.
I'm going to call Rebecca, and I'm going to ask. So I want to call Rebecca.
Hey, Belle.
Hello, Rebecca.
What's going on?
I have a quick question.
Sure.
Do you know where any of your fellow friends like to hang out?
Okay, so by fellow friends, what kind do you mean? Because yeah, I assume you're asking, then you're looking for some of my special friends.
Well, I mean, that's yes, that's perfectly fine.
Are you,
I was just curious, being back in town, I wanted to know where some of the hangout spots were. So
okay, well, we kind of steer clear of the Three Monkeys because that place is a bit crazy. But the Two Silos is awesome. I haven't been to the Haven yet, and I hear that's a really cool place to be. But apparently I'm just not cool enough. But I know a few of us have been trying to get in there for a little while. There's like a couple of bars around town that we meet at from time to time. But nothing like regular.
I got you.
We tend to be a little better when we're mobile.
Yeah, it's once you've seen one club, they all look the same, but it's also nice to change up the scenery a little bit. So
Yeah, indeed. Safer too.
I think, yeah. No, so if you have one that you had to recommend to somebody, where would you recommend?
Well, we've been going to the Two Silos. It's pretty cool. They got great beer.
I didn't really want to drive out that far. I was just curious.
Other than that, there's like everything's fucking closed because there's COVID shit, but I know there was a couple of us were going to try and get out to the Haven tonight or Two Silos since they're like across the highway. Do you have a push for one or the other?
No. Thank you for the information, though. I think I know where I'm going to go.
Hey, no problem. Where are you going to be? We'll meet up with you.
I think I might check out this Three Monkeys place.
Really?
Yeah, it sounds like my speed tonight.
Oh,
She's
okay.
saying this with an earshot to Zeke.
Yeah. You're both in the vehicle.
You will see him frantically shake his head left and right. If you pay him any attention.
No, I honestly, Rebecca, I would recommend you probably don't try and catch up with me tonight. I've got some stuff I got to take care of. I'm going to be calling it early, so I don't want you to, get dressed up and come out for nothing.
Everything cool? You need some help or what?
Oh, no, I've got everything under control. Yeah.
Okay.
It's just busy day tomorrow, so I just want to make sure I turn in early. So, I just wanted to get out and, just check out some of the bars again, get acquainted. So
sure. Yeah. Hey, if we hear something, I'll let you know.
Awesome.
If I find out there's a
Rebecca.
party going or something, I'll let you know.
Okay. Perfect.
Great. Have a good night.
You too. I'll hang up.
Zeke
I'm gonna turn to Mr. White,
shaking his head.
Yeah.
Is there a problem with my choice of venues, Mr. White?
You don't know who hangs around and or owns that, do you?
Maybe I don't care, Mr. White.
Well, the Harpy likes to hang around there.
That doesn't bother me. Unless do I not meet the dress code at this Three Monkeys, or
More like you don't meet the allegiance, perhaps.
allegiance? I'm allegiance. I have allegiance to the Cam. This is the Cam territory. I don't understand why I would.
Maybe that's not the correct type of allegiance we need.
Well, why don't you just be out with it, Mr. White, or I will take your tongue and maybe it will give me quicker answers.
As you wish.
She speaks very convincingly.
Yes. It is a known anarch and or sabbat bar.
Ah. Perfect.
Perfect.
Yes. You can wait in the car. I don't mind. Would you prefer I drop you off here?
I'll escort you from the shadows.
No. I think your demeanor makes me feel like I will be escorting you. As long as you don't slow me down, that's all that matters, Mr. White.
As long as we make it to the battlefield tonight.
Oh. When do we need to be at the battlefield? Since I was not aware that I needed to escort you there.
Well, we were roughly meeting around midnight to 3 a.m.
Well, we're not Toreador, so we can be fashionably late. Um, do you know the way to this Three Monkeys, Mr. White?
Begrudgingly, he'll give her driving instructions.
Okay. I'm gonna turn the car back on and head off towards the direction of the Three
It's
Monkeys.
literally a few blocks from the flop house,
Oh, okay,
Yes.
perfect.
right on Center Street in Old Town Manassas.
Perfect.
All right, the two of you head up. You takes you but a few minutes to get there. Parking is easy to find.
Mask of 1,000 being instantly used as soon as we get within viewing distance.
Zeke becomes nondescript. This is not something you haven't seen before. This is pretty common, although coming from him, it might be a little different.
You'll notice he's a jittery. He kind of darts from side to side, looking constantly.
He seems a bit overly cautious as you pull up to the Three Monkeys. There's a few motorcycles out front, a couple of cars, a couple of old pickup trucks. There's an alleyway that goes off on the right side, back behind the building. Zeke is clearly uncomfortable at this location.
Mm-hmm.
Any of the motorcycles look familiar?
Not that you've taken notice before, but no.
No. Okay.
I'm in a park. I'm gonna head on in unless there's someone at the door to stop me.
There's no one at the door. There's no doorman here. This really strikes you as kind of biker country barish. It seems a little more upscale than that, but that's the vibe that you get based on the vehicles that are parked there.
I gotcha. Annabelle is going to fish one of those like paper masks that she's seen people wearing out of like a fold in her clothes, and she's going to put it on as she enters.
Okay.
And she will approach the bar unless someone else approaches her first.
No, people seem to leave you alone. You go in, there's a couple people playing pool off to one side. There's a couple people at a table. There's a rustic country bar there. Brass lined old wood, the whole 9 yards. There's a few people chatting up, sitting in little clusters at different points in the bar. No one here seems to be wearing a mask. It looks like a place where they don't care. And if they did, you got a couple of raised eyebrows as you walked in wearing one. There's some old guy in the corner with a MAGA hat on who kind of harumphs as he looks at you.
So,
and at that, we're going to pause and take our first break. And we will rejoin everyone in about 5 to 10 minutes. We will be right back. Thank you all for joining us. And we're back. Welcome back. And thank you all who have joined us for this evening's stream. We appreciate it. Hope you're going along for the ride and having a good time with us. As we left off, we had Zeke and Annabelle entering the Three Monkeys in Old Town Manassas. Zeke, I need for you to roll a wits and awareness, please.
I haven't left the vehicle, but I will have left the vehicle at this point.
Oh, because Annabelle's walking on in.
Oh, I know, and I'm following her, being dutiful.
And are you obfuscated or are you just Mask of 1,000 Faces?
He's gonna obfuscate. As soon as he slips out of the vehicle, he's gonna duck behind it and obfuscate.
So you're sneaking in behind her. Gotcha.
Yes. So that's which winners?
Wits and awareness, please.
Yes, sir. 1, 2, 3 successes.
As you enter and have a look around, you see exactly what Annabelle saw. Though you notice one thing extra.
Oh no.
Off in a corner at a table is Maurice Tellon, sitting by himself. Seems to be waiting. You see him takes notice of Annabelle as she walks in, but says nothing as she walks up to the bar and orders a drink.
Does he continue to stare in that direction afterward?
He keeps an eye, but you can tell he's being sly about it. Like he keeps his face canted a little bit in her direction so he can catch her out of his periphery without being obvious. He's watching, and you can tell that he's watching.
He will then slide right up to Annabelle as much as he can.
Okay.
Bend into her ear, since she is tall, and whisper, which is all he can do. You're being watched. Corner of the bar of the room.
Annabelle is going to just kind of turn and look in the direction that Ezekiel is talking about.
You do recognize the harpy, Mr. Maurice Tellon.
I'm going to go over towards him.
I'll follow a few paces behind, but slinking towards the corner.
Well, you are currently
He's in
obfuscating
a
and
booth,
using
right?
unseen passage, so you are able to
Yes.
maneuver. The place isn't crowded, and nobody's really paying attention to anybody who's not part of their little group or
Group.
gathering. Annabelle, as you approach Maurice's corner table, he does look up and look at you. He doesn't know or recognize you.
Mm-hmm.
He just kind of looks at you. He's got this like and look on his face.
As I get once I get closer, I'm gonna peel the mask back. Maurice, just care if I join you?
Yeah. Don't I know you?
You may.
Aren't you one of Kylo's kids?
In so much, yes. Sorry,
Yeah, have a seat.
I missed my manners. I've missed my manners, so I apologize. So with a kind of like mocking flourish, I'm going to kind of like do like a bow. My name is Annabelle. You can call me Annabelle.
Right. Annabelle. Yeah. He kind of looks around the place. What are you doing here?
I heard all the happening. Cool kids came here.
Yeah, what'd
Isn't
you
that
hear?
what they say?
I don't know so
know.
much cool
That's what I heard. The cool
kids.
kids come here.
Okay. Yeah.
I'll be honest with you.
I'll go with that.
The slang doesn't, it's difficult. I keeping up with all the slang is difficult at times. I guess the question more so should be, what are you doing here?
I like this place.
Fair enough. I don't know. My an associate of mine warned me that this was where all the rabble hung out. And it's kind of
Yeah?
interesting to see someone of your stature
Who's
here,
your
I guess.
friend?
I don't know. It's oh, he's nobody.
Nobody. I know a few
But then
nobodies.
again.
Which nobody might this friend be? And he kind of cocks this weird, ingratiating smile.
Oh, you're too much. No. I don't know. Information always comes at a cost. So why don't you tell me first why you're hanging out here?
Well, I already did, and I offered it up freely.
No.
I like this place.
No. Good sir. Let's not play this game. It comes on good authority that this is the hangout of miscreants and ne'er-do-wells.
Miscreants. You think I'm a miscreant or a ne'er-do-well?
No, I am not implying that you were either, sir. I am just saying that it's interesting to see, like I said, someone of your stature in an establishment frequented by such individuals.
Their money's as good as the next.
That may be so, but it seems counterproductive to your other interests.
You wouldn't believe the kind of people that filter through this place. You really wouldn't. I promise you really wouldn't. Kyla comes here from time to time.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Well, she is the mouthpiece of the domain, as it were.
I
mean, we're better to get a place to find out information than where people are actually talking. I mean, you go somewhere else, people are tight-lipped. They're watching their P's and Q's. You come here, people are a little more relaxed. They're kind of laid back, a little more open.
Very true. I guess it just takes the right view on the situation.
Or the right tongue. And he audaciously licks his upper lip, moving his tongue from left to right in a very awful kind of seditious way. It's kind of disturbing. It's like he means what he said.
Are tongue necklaces coming back into style? Because I feel like they're going to make a comeback.
I certainly hope not.
Okay. I'm just curious. That she's going to kind of Annabelle's going to kind of put her hand up in the air and just kind of like do like one of these kind of like wavy gestures. I can't do it off screen because my green screen, so I was just I'm doing it like do one of these, see if Ezekiel wants to show up or not. It's up to him.
And Maurice kind of looks at you. I'm right here, and he leans in closer. You want to tell me something?
Oh, you wanted to know about my Mr. Nobody. I was wanting to see if my Mr. Nobody was still available or not. It's you got to use your
hold on a second. Mr. Nobody is here? Say it isn't so.
Oh, they're everywhere, aren't they?
You see his eyes change a little bit. Zeke, I need you to roll your subterfuge and obfuscation.
Yes, sir. Let me get those dice numbers for you. You said it was subterfuge and
obfuscation.
Obfuscation.
Or sorry, stealth and obfuscation. My bad.
Oh. Okay, straight obfuscate it is. Two successes.
Okay. You see Maurice looks around and behind Annabelle and then zeroes in directly on you. And his eyebrows raise a little bit.
I will raise my hand.
They're nobody. Interesting. Dancing
raise
on
my
a fine
hands.
line, are we?
I'll just raise my hands and sort of make a gesture of, well, you caught me. Shall I make myself scarce?
So you speak out loud.
No, just a gesture, since it's almost construed that he can see me.
To you, it seems
make
that he's definitely directing his talk to you.
Yes, in which case he will raise his hands, find a nice corner to reappear from.
From where you're at, it seems like you would have to literally scoot into the booth where he's seated, and
Then I
kind
will
of
do
like
so.
duck into a shadow before you drop that and not be an absolute breach of the masquerade.
Then I will do exactly that.
And you drop your obfuscate.
I drop my obfuscate.
Maurice looks at you. Well done, Mr. Nobody. I thought you'd had left town,
No.
considering all things. Seems you're the talk of the town recently. What are you doing here? And what are you doing with him?
You could say I am babysitting right now.
Yeah, seems like you got a tough job on your hands.
Oh, it's not as bad as everyone keeps making it out to be.
Oh, then you don't know the half of it, does she, Mr. Ephraim?
I will say nothing but smirk a little wider. Yes, Mr. Former.
Former
Bait.
what?
How was your little nap?
Restful. Thoughtful.
Much more conforming.
Introspective, even.
It seems we both have been a little more introspective lately.
Really? Seems like you've been quite the outgoing individual. You are definitely on people's radars. In fact, I would bet that your being here is at minimum questionable.
Yes.
Oh, I apologize, Mr. Tellen. Did I perform one of those party faux pas
Not
by
at
bringing him
all.
here?
Not at all. In fact, I'm sure there are people here that would love to speak to Mr. Ephraim.
Then I would love to speak with them.
Really? I would be happy to make an introduction.
I mean, just one or two would be perfect tonight.
Yeah? Do you have anybody in specific?
Not particularly.
Oh. How do you feel about that, Mr. Ephraim?
Well, I
Get out! The fuck
you
are we
would
doing
excuse-
here?
well, maybe I should make myself a little more presentable for these guests of yours.
Tell you what. Give me a half a minute. I'm going to go that way. And he points to a little hallway that goes past the bar down towards where you can assume there's probably a couple of restrooms and maybe a rear exit.
Yes.
Give me about a minute. And then you come right along. And I'll make sure to make an introduction. And again, he
Sure.
cocks that sly, oily smile of his.
Give me at least 2 minutes then.
Sure. Take your time. Hey, excuse me. Nice meeting you, Annabelle, face to face.
Oh, it was a pleasure. The pleasure to
be
meet
out-
you too, Mr.
I'll be
Tellen.
out back.
Oh, we'll be there shortly.
Excellent. He gets up, quickly shuffles away. You see him makes some hand gesture to the bartender, nods a slight nod, and disappears down the hallway.
I think it is in our best interest to leave in the other direction.
Mr. White,
Yes.
You have to have a sense of adventure in your nights, or they're so drab. So I would recommend that you shut up or go wait in the car.
Yes. The car. Immediately.
Perfect.
And he will literally try to shuffle and bolt his way out the front door.
Unaccosted, you freely make your way out of the Three Monkeys into the parking lot and to the car.
We will lock the door,
Okay.
check the back seat for
Okay.
anything, including by feel.
Sure. You feel around the back seat. There's nothing and no one in there to be found.
And we will get into the driver's seat, getting ready to leave.
Okay. You don't have the keys, but...
No, but we do have skills to make keys.
All right. So in the driver's seat, you sit.
Yes.
Sam Smith.
Mm-hmm.
You exited the Haven Club in a huff, angry, antagonized. Where did you go?
Home to cool off for a bit, and then headed to the battlefield.
Okay.
No tie when I got there. There was no tie on Sam when he got there.
Okay. So Tim, as you're handing up your vigil, keeping an eye and just patiently waiting, this evening is really aggravating. There's been nothing going on. No one. In a car.
I'm kind of okay with that, considering.
A car arrives. Sam, what do you drive?
Oh, I'm driving a 2008 black BMW.
So yeah, a nice BMW pulls up. A few years old. But it's nice. It's kept up. It's shiny. It's polished.
I'm going to stay out of sight.
Okay.
And pay attention.
Sam, when you get there, you notice that there's no other car, at least visible from the front parking lot. What do you do when you get there?
I sit in my car and wait for see who else shows up.
Okay. So Tim, that's what you see. A car pulls up and nothing. Just pulls up, turns off, darkness. Not a car you recognize. You haven't seen it before.
Yep, I'm just keeping an eye, paying attention.
So from the backside of the building, are you just hanging out in your vehicle, or are you like just kind of stalking?
Oh, I'm not in my vehicle. I'm on foot.
Oh, okay.
Essentially in the park, just kind of stalking around from place to place, keeping an eye on things.
Leave your wits and awareness.
Let's see. Whoa! 5 successes, a crit.
You definitely identify Sam Smith. As he drives in, the light glares just enough to pass through the glare off his windshield, illuminating his face just enough that you know exactly who he is and recognize him.
Okay. I'm still gonna keep doing my thing because I'm more interested in who I might not recognize that might be paying attention or showing up.
Okay.
This was supposed to be a clandestine meeting. I'm trying to make sure it stays that way.
All right. So noted. Mr. Keats.
Yes.
What are you doing, sir?
I believe I was drinking wine, and now seems to be a bit boring now.
So you're hanging out in her private lounge, little Scooby-Doo area.
Yeah, I will wait for her to arrive. She said she was coming back.
In Virginia, what are you doing?
I'm first before I go back, I'm going to make sure that everything is running smoothly. Everybody knows where they're supposed to be. No mishaps so far.
It's another evening at the Haven Club. Things seem to be rolling clean and smoothly. Lorenzo reports in that, nothing out of the ordinary is going on. And by the way, Mr. Smith has left the building in a hurry.
Yep. Okay. No comment on that. Just thank you, Lorenzo. And then I'm going to go and speak with Jonathan.
Excellent. So, yeah, she comes back through the Scooby-Doo door.
Oh, you're back.
Yes. It appears I might have offended my friend this evening. So, if you would like to accompany me later on, there's some business I must attend to.
Is this the battlefield business?
It is business, absolutely. And seeing as you've been included in a lot of other plans, I don't see any reason why not. So you're more than welcome to come.
Yeah, absolutely. I can clear off my schedule. I will say
Sounds
though, you might want to check on your other bartender. She is not here tonight.
It appears I have a few people to check in on. Thank you. And I'm gonna talk to or communicate with Lorenzo real quick and ask him to check up on Mandy, I think it was.
Mm-hmm.
Make sure everything is going well with her.
Yeah, I mean, she went home early last night and wasn't feeling really good. And Mr. Smith said to give her a couple of days off to make sure she's okay. And he kind of ordered her to get another COVID test, even though we did it just a couple of nights ago. But yeah, so
of course
we've taken care of it. We've arranged it and told her to stay home. She's getting paid, so I'm pretty sure she's cool with it.
That's good. That's good to hear. Okay. I appreciate that. And I'm going to tell Jonathan that. Yep, she should be okay.
Well,
I do appreciate your concern. It is rather interesting that someone who has come in so soon has such an interest in my staff as it is, but I appreciate it nonetheless.
I have a soft spot for all life.
I can appreciate that. And with that, I'm going to take your leave. I'm just going to continue to conduct my business for the evening. As I said, you have a full run of the bar. Just give me a call and ask, and I'll make sure you get what you need. I'd like to make up for the lack of hospitality you received last night, from what I've heard.
Well, I do appreciate it. Yeah, I'm just going to keep writing.
Of course.
Jonathan, your phone vibrates and there's a text message.
Oh, I don't have a...
Oh. I need to look at a character sheet again.
Let me make sure. I usually just keep my I have my laptop in my bag and I answer my emails. I have a phone at home.
Okay, yeah, it's not in your description or stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm not sure how you would get that communication. Yeah, it's not like if you have a closed laptop that it's going to ding or notify you.
I think eventually I would take it out if there was like a ton of time. I would just take it out and check my emails and stuff.
There seems as people are kind of brushing you off this evening. I mean, Virginia's come and gone twice.
Mm-hmm.
You're left kind of in her private little lounge area by yourself with no other people hanging out. Doesn't even seem to be
there'd be a patron or two. There wouldn't be many, but there would be a couple of patrons who would be in there.
So there's a patron or two that are hanging out in the private lounge. But nobody's really giving you any attention. They're caught in their own little world. It seems like that kind of place where if you're not in their little clique, they kind of you don't exist. It seems like the place where people would enjoy absinthe together. Watching sugar cubes dissolve over time. But But yeah, eventually you do take out your laptop, and you have, I imagine you have one of those virtual cell phone accounts that actually gets text messages and things like that, where you do see that you have a notice. The message is, did you receive the package?
Yes, it is safe and secure. I, however, have encountered something very interesting and pressing, and I'll send that back.
You get a response such as
People in the Haven Club talking about meeting wizards and doing things. So I figured it would be in my best interest to keep an ear out.
there's a good pause before you get a response. Please do.
Yeah, and I have a couple of names to drop by whenever we can meet face to face.
The response again is paused. There's a little lapse of time before you get at your convenience.
Cool. Yeah, I'll just let me, when and where.
Again, there's a pause. There's a strange response this time. After you've seen the Civil War,
I won't reply.
okay. Virginia, you leave Mr. Keats behind. What are you doing at this point?
I'm going to try to call Freddie one more time.
Again, it drops to voicemail.
And at that, I'm just going to, I guess, I'd have a code, I guess, for something about contacting me. So I will just let him know that.
Sure.
I
So you
wouldn't
send him
outright say, hey, it's Virginia, give me a call.
So you send him a coded word over text message. Got it.
Yeah.
And then what?
And then I'm just going to continue and do club business. There's a lot to be done for running in the club.
Lorenzo.
So I'm going to do that.
Lorenzo and the rest of the managers seem to be very capable and literally report back to you that business is as usual. The doors have opened, the club's starting to fill. It's the standard, club night. The place is filling with music and patrons. It seems to be going smooth as silk, strangely enough.
Perfect. That is good then. I might do like a number or two because I have that time this evening, it seems. And then I return to Jonathan, I guess, and probably make small talk until it's time to go.
Jonathan, at some point during your scrawlings and looking over your notes and things, you hear some fantastic jazz music coming out from the main part of the Haven Club. There's a couple of songs played, and shortly after, Virginia returns to the private lounge.
I will close my laptop and all of my things to give her 100% of my attention and say the atmosphere here it's really something.
There are a few more people in the private lounge. Not too many. It seems like a very select group of people. They seem to be very appropriately dressed. The demeanors are that of upper crust. They're keeping to themselves. They seem self-important, that kind of thing. They all acknowledge Virginia when she comes in.
I, of course, acknowledge back. And then I make my way and sit down beside Jonathan and signal for a drink.
The attendant comes over. Anything special, Miss Stone?
Oh, the usual.
Oh, is it that kind of company this evening?
I turn and look at Jonathan for a moment.
You didn't ask.
And I think, I'm like, well, are you looking for any sort of refreshment this evening?
I've had a couple of glasses of wine. I think I am good for this evening.
Mm-hmm. I'll look at him and I'll just say gin and tonic.
You kind of get a quizzical look. Of course, absolutely. The attendant doesn't run, but walks back to the bar in the private lounge, quickly has the bartender create a gin and tonic and brings it back. Puts it on the table.
Once he walks away, when he walks away, I will do Blush of Life and I will start sipping on this gin and tonic.
Do a rouse check, please, Virginia. Jonathan, what's an awareness, please?
Find me. There it is. Whoop. Give it half a second here. My app booted me. There we go. It is a success.
Okay,
3
you're not
successes.
growing hungry. 3 successes. You notice before she takes the first sip, there's a sudden flush of color to her skin. That she seems to start breathing as she begins to sip her gin and tonic.
It seems like alcohol has that effect. You get a little more blush.
Yes, it does. And after an evening like this, I do think I deserve an indulgence.
Yeah, I'm wearing like full sleeves and gloves, leather gloves as well. But you noticed probably the whole time that I was breathing. Do you want to get close? I'm probably warm to the touch.
Oh, she's noticed that, but it's not going to lean close or anything. She's not going to get all up in your face. Not kind of her thing.
So I imagine the two of you kill a little bit of time with some small talk.
Yes.
The clock ticks on. Time moves. She is a fantastic company. She knows how to hold a communication and a talk. She knows how to command attention and when to give it up. She seems to be a very practiced communicator. That she can actually weave the conversation in directions she wants it to go, and never makes a person feel like they're not part of the conversation. She doesn't make it feel like she's the center of it unless she really wants that. She's practiced. It's an interesting skill. Annabelle. Zeke shuffles out the door and disappears. Maurice Tellon shuffles out the back. What are you doing?
I am going to get up and start heading towards the no, I'm going to just kind of like run my finger around the rim of the glass a little bit, let like a minute pass or so, and then I'm going to get up and start heading towards the back, that the direction that Mr. Tellon went. So
nobody stops you, nobody raises an eyebrow. You get to the back, there's an exit door, there's a couple of restrooms off to your right as you walk down the hall. There's obviously the kitchen behind the bar to the left and the exit door, and that's it. Seems like to be a very simple hole in the wall kind of setup.
Yeah, I will step through the exit door.
You walk through the door. What you see behind, and what you can assume is the rear parking lot that attaches to the alley that was to the right of the Three Monkeys as you pulled into the front of it. There's a couple of vehicles in the back, nondescript. Maurice Talon is kind of leaned up against one of the cars in the parking lot talking to someone, an older gentleman, someone you don't recognize.
Good evening again, gentlemen. Mr. Talon. Sorry, Mr.
Oh. And you are?
You may call me Annabelle.
Annabelle. I heard you had a friend with you. Why is he not with you?
He wasn't feeling very well, so he will join us in a minute.
Perhaps it would. And he pauses to look mid-sentence at Maurice. Better if you go get him.
I believe it would be proper if you told me your name, and then I will decide what I will do.
Oh. You may call me Mr. Theron.
Well, Mr. Theron, that's a name.
It is. Mine, actually.
Yes. What is your what why has Mr. White done to
You are an associate of Mr. White, yes? Is this a question that really needs to be answered? Do you not understand who it is you keep association with?
Oh, I don't have to necessarily know everything about who I associate with, but Mr. White is a perfectly fine dog for the time being. So I guess I would wonder, I
Dog.
want to know why you wish to kick my dog.
I didn't know that anyone wished to kick your dog, more we wish to
Well-
speak with him.
Well,
I wished to speak with him.
then how about I put it like this? I will decide if the message needs to reach his ears or not.
Oh. Is that so?
Yes. Is that a problem?
Oh, no. Not at all. But you will fetch your dog.
I don't see why I should do that.
A moment. You'll roll your intelligence versus resolve, please.
Intelligence and resolve?
Yes.
Okay. So this has hunger 3. Because that's the whole point of me trying to feed. So my hunger's still high. I'm going to use another willpower to re-roll my 2 black dice because heavens to Betsy, I can't seem to roll for shit. All right, so I got 2 successes. Yeah.
Okay, so the overwhelming echo of the words fetch your dog echo through your head as the absolute compulsion to do exactly that overwhelms you.
Okay. I will turn around and walk back into the building, I guess, because I have no other choice. So
You have effectively been dominated. A command was given to you that against your willpower has overcome your desire to not do it. And yeah, you're literally, your only thought is to fetch Ezekiel.
Okay, so I have a quick question. Once I'm like through the door, can I spend a willpower to break the compulsion, or
No.
am I? Because I can't remember what the rules on this are. Okay.
You were mesmerized, and the complex command was fetch your dog. And since you
Okay.
intoned that your dog is Ezekiel, the mesmerism and the effect of it is to fetch Ezekiel.
Gotcha. Well, that's fine. I'll go grab Ezekiel. I don't care.
Zeke, as you are in the car, in the driver's seat, a few moments later,
Yes.
maybe a minute or two at best, Annabelle comes out the door and makes a beeline to the car. Opens the
Did she look
door,
like herself?
as far as you could tell.
Hmm.
She opens the
I
driver's
will-
door and
Mr. White, come with me.
Do I have a choice?
I don't know. Do you? You need to come with me right now.
I don't feel like it. However,
fetch the dog. The echoing sentiment.
I will stand on the other side of the vehicle.
She's at the driver's side door where you sat down. So are you like scooting across to the passenger side and getting out?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so he attempts to evade you. He literally scoots across to the passenger seat of the car, getting out the passenger side of the vehicle.
Okay. I'm just going to walk around the vehicle to try and go over to him. So
Okay. Zeke, as you exit the passenger side, she literally walks around the back of the vehicle and meets you as you get out.
I say I have no choice but to come.
I have no choice but to take you.
Mm. And I assume the what's that over there will not work.
What's where?
He'll point in a random direction and start to bolt in the opposite direction.
Zeke
That he
points. So Zeke, you will roll your charisma and subterfuge, please.
Yes.
I assume you are trying to convince her to look in a direction.
Yes, I am.
And Annabelle, your wits and awareness, please.
Where did that go?
There's this Looney Tunes moment happening in my head right now where Zeke's going, "What's that?"
Of
That's
course I-
exactly what I saw.
Yeah. Never mind, didn't roll as well as I thought.
A Bigfoot.
What'd you get, Zeke?
Elvis Presley.
So 4 successes on 2 crits, plus 1 is 5, and 2 blanks.
Annabelle?
I rolled 2 successes.
He convincingly gets you to look in a direction as he takes a rapid jump in the opposite direction, trying to
Well,
escape you.
as was pointed out, can he defy me because of the blood bond?
He can't necessarily defy you directly,
Okay.
but you really haven't commanded him to accompany you.
Okay, I got
So
it.
right now
I
he's trying to distract you and attempt to get away from you.
I gotcha.
And so for the briefest moment that it takes you to look away in the direction that he pointed is working.
Okay.
What do? You look to
well,
where he's
when
pointing. There's nothing there, and you can hear him lunging in the opposite direction.
Okay. Well, I have Ghost in the Machine going, and I don't care. I'm going to use Soaring Leap, and I'm going to jump after him
Nice.
to try and jump on top of him.
Dexterity and athletics, please.
So 2. Oh, this is only 2 dice. Rip. So that's all hunger dice. I literally don't have enough dice to roll all the hunger dice it asked me to. So just do the 2.
Yes, please.
Okay. Of critical failure. Rolled
Okay.
a 1.
So is that a bestial failure?
That's bestial failure because I could only roll hunger dice, and I rolled a 1 and a 5. So yes.
Okay. So interesting things happen. You deftly leap in his direction. The compulsion to fetch him is overwhelming. What's your hunger?
3.
Okay.
I probably should have roused you at some point here to add some dice into my pools, but whatever. So
But you didn't.
Yep.
Zeke, as you point, you see her turn and look. You immediately run in a parallel direction away from her.
Yes.
Annabelle, roll strength and brawl for me. Zeke, I need you to roll dex and brawl.
So this is against him?
Yes.
Okay, so I get my specialty.
Yes.
And
you still can rouse the blood or
yeah,
tap your potence.
because of this compulsion, and I'm tired of how long this is taking. I'm going to roll to rouse the blood.
Okay.
And I failed.
So you gain hunger.
I'm getting a hunger. Fuck.
It is 2 successes.
And what's your blood potency, Annabelle?
3.
Okay. Okay.
So am I adding the 3 dice, or are we using the old rules?
You
Okay.
you still gain the dice, but you gain hunger.
Let's see. Crit. Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6 successes, no critical, no other bestial failure or anything.
Okay. You soaring leap after Zeke, tackling him.
Oh, sorry, my bad. No, yeah, you're right. Never mind. 6, yep.
The beast cranks up as you leap in the air towards your prey. That primal urge sings loudly. Fucking cat and mouse. Cat wins every fucking time. Do what you were told. Fetch.
I am. Fuck.
Zeke, you turn and run, and a split second later are literally tackled to the ground by Annabelle in almost a feral fury.
We're not going to resist.
Okay.
We're just going to let her slam him into the ground.
He likes it rough.
Annabelle, your thing tried to run away.
Yes.
You were told to fetch. And it opposed you. It tricked you. You fool. Get him. Put him to leash. Teach the dog how to obey.
Yeah, I'm gonna haul him up. I'm gonna put my arm around his neck, and I'm gonna start walking back towards the bar.
So you have two options. You can go through the bar or down the alley that leads towards the back of the bar.
Oh, yeah, I will go down the alleyway then.
Zeke, she again choke holds you across the neck and starts dragging you down the alleyway leading towards the back of the Three Monkeys.
We're going to try to resist.
Okay. At
Damn.
first, when you leapt upon him, he relented.
Mm-hmm.
And now as he realizes that you're dragging him to the back of the Three Monkeys down a dark alley towards unknown what the hell ever, Zeke begins to resist you. What are you doing, Zeke?
We are going to attempt to break her hold.
And how are you going to do that?
I'm going to grab her arm and try to throw it off of him.
Okay, and what are you doing, Annabelle? He's resisting you and struggling as you try and wrestle him down the alleyway.
I am going to continue restraining him, but since we're in the alleyway now, I am going to attempt to bite down on him and feed from him.
Wow, okay. So Zeke,
Yes.
brawl and strength, please.
I'm going to rouse the blood
Okay,
for extra strength.
okay.
Why are Annabelle and Zeke like this?
That is a success on rousing the blood.
Okay,
So that would be +1 on strength.
that is correct.
Correction, why is Zeke like this?
So Zeke, that means you have 3 dice.
3 successes.
3 successes. Annabelle.
Hmm?
He is actively resisting you, so strength and brawl. And you have already your
Okay.
bonus dice still continue. When you rouse the blood, it continues to be roused. It doesn't just stop.
Okay. Let me get my maraca here going.
You have your extra dice for your kindred specialty.
Yep. Okay, so if I have a crit on a hunger die and a crit on a normal die, does that equal a double, like the critical for the two
that's
double
still
successes?
4 successes.
Okay, so I have 6 successes.
Yeah. His attempts to get out of your grasp are futile. You manhandle him like it's your business, latching onto his neck as you bite him.
Mm-hmm.
And
I'm not using feral weapons this time.
You feed and drag him at the same time. Zeke,
Okay,
her
that
fangs
works for me.
sink into your neck. Your beast screams in your head to run, get away. Again, run.
We will argue in our head that we are trying.
Annabelle, how much do you feed? You're pretty
Mhm.
fucking hungry.
Yeah, I want to take 2 dots.
Zeke, you will gain 2 hunger.
Which means
As the
I know I'm
blood-
at the danger zone.
As the blood leaves your body. And Annabelle
Right, no, I'm at
manhandles you
4.
down the alleyway to the back of the Three Monkeys. Again, viewers, I apologize. This is not how this evening was supposed to go, but as per our game usually goes, that is
As
not
per
how
usual.
things work.
Did it taste like formaldehyde? That's what I want to know.
Oh,
Probably.
he tastes
Yeah.
terrible. Other than the
That's
fact that you
my
are
guess.
drinking Kindred Vitae, if it wasn't for that, you would
Mhm.
spit this out of your mouth for the taste of embalming fluid and other things that have been forced into his body.
Mortician milkshake.
Mm,
Yeah.
All right, you successfully quell 2 hunger. Zeke, you gain 2 hunger. Your beast is
Yes.
screaming in your head. This shit is going wrong in a bad way quick.
Yes.
What do you do?
I want to whisper after I've like unlatched myself that he needs to have faith.
Keywords, Zeke,
Yes.
as she detaches herself from your neck. You need to have faith.
This does not reassure him. However, he will relax. Mostly from the blood loss, but relax nonetheless.
They take it, they give it away. They take it, they give it away. My blood. The fuck are you doing? She drags you around the back. Your neck still stained with the punctures of her teeth. As you see Maurice standing there with some elderly gentleman you've never met. He speaks up. So good of you to join us, Mr. Ephraim.
Yes. I'm more than delighted to be here.
Clearly willing. As Annabelle continues to pull you by the neck. Where's your friend?
Which one?
Mr. Toon, of course.
I would like to know why you need Mr. Toon.
It is none
Information
of
for
your
information.
concern. Where is Mr. Toon? You may drop him.
I will deposit
gives you a
Mr. White at the
dismissive
feet of
wave.
these individuals. So yeah, I want to
Well.
drag him as close as I can to them. I want to dump him at their feet.
He, the last I saw of him, was being consumed by fire.
So you say, Mr. White?
It is but the truth.
Maurice, your job is done here. You may leave. Oh, as you say. Good evening, Annabelle. It was nice to meet you. Maurice turns and walks back into the Three Monkeys bar from the back door, leaving you, Zeke, and the old man in the rear of the building.
Now that I've dropped Ezekiel here, I'm assuming the compulsion is done.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Yeah. Once Mr. Telon has left the area, I am going to reactivate Silence of Death and just stand there with like looking at the ground, kind of like I'm just like not wanting to be there or whatever. So
Mr. White. Flames, you say, though he's been seen otherwise. Where is Mr. Toon? Last seen in the company of his own primogen, who strangely is no longer here. Perhaps you know where the both of them are?
Like I said, they were, at least to my knowledge, last seen with fire.
You will tell me. where Mr. Quince is. A
And there's
compulsion
compulsion?
hits you. You resist?
What is the resist roll?
I just had that. That should be
You said
your...
intelligence and composure, right?
Thank you.
I will attempt to resist. One, two, three, and a bestial failure.
Okay. As he again intones the command, you will tell me where Mr. Quince is. The compulsion to answer that question overcomes you. It overwhelms you. It encourages you.
I was told exactly where he is, correct?
Oh yeah, you absolutely know where Walter Quince is.
Did we actually tell him? Because he wasn't there for any of that. He was in a morgue.
Sam did.
Sam told him exactly what
Damn.
happened to Walter Quince.
As this question leaves his lips, I want to use Soaring Leap and try and jump behind the old man.
Okay.
Since I'm silent, I'm hoping he won't necessarily notice me right away.
He's standing right in front of him, so it's kind of hard to miss you jumping.
I know, it's fine.
That'd be dexterity and athletics, please.
I'm also, like I said, I was looking at the ground for reasons. So dexterity, athletic, fucking hell. Oh yeah, I get my bonus dice for this though, so that's fine.
Yes.
2.
Do I have time to answer before she leaps?
Yes. It's all kind of happening at the same time. There's lots of things
Simultaneously.
occurring
Okay.
at once.
3 successes.
Okay.
He is with, and he's kind of drawing it out as he's speaking. He is with the, kind of looking around to see if anybody's reacting or noticing he's taking his
You
time.
don't have the ability to resist his question.
Chantry.
Annabelle, you successfully jump behind the old guy. What are you doing?
Mm-hmm.
You're landed
I
on the
am-
car because he was almost leaning up against it.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I figure he probably doesn't hear me hitting the car, but the car probably shifts a little bit. I slide a stake out from within like the folds of my clothes,
Whoa.
and I wish to stake this individual.
Ooh. All right. Are you doing a called shot?
I don't care where I stake him at. I just want to stake him.
What is up with us and the staking people?
We gotta simmer down, friends. We're running
Okay,
out of
so
places to
that's
stash
gonna
these
be-
people.
Strength and melee, please.
Okay, so let's see.
My God.
When in doubt, have him take a
When in
nap.
doubt, pull the stake out. So.
You know what?
Up, Tim tuned it.
If Victor didn't already regret giving everybody
No.
stakes,
He does now.
Wait, hold on. He never gave me one. So Sam
Oh.
might have a stake.
Oh yeah, they weren't there for that yet.
Yeah. So
we
I
got the
don't have
fancy
one.
ones,
Yes, I don't have a stake,
Yeah.
so I'm good.
and I have extra.
You're welcome,
I think
Tim.
it's basically Tim and I are the
All
only ones with stakes left.
5 successes. Oh, I wasn't there for you guys' steak party.
Yeah.
I've got my own. So
Fine.
So, are you attempting to literally stake him in the heart?
I mean, I want to put him down.
Okay,
So
so,
that
is that a yes or a no?
Yes, so that is a yes. If I'm behind him, I mean, I'm gonna try and stake him as far through the back if I have to. I don't care.
Okay, I wish I had a camera on my dice so you all could see this, that one
Oh
of my
my
elder
God.
NPCs actually had a bestial failure. God damn it.
Okay, I am not trying to jinx it,
On
but
a
what
7
the
dice
hell?
roll, my
Oh wow!
my elder NPC rolled a bestial failure.
I mean, I probably should have re-rolled some of those dice because I rolled like 11 dice and I only got 5 successes. So
Yeah, it's effective.
It looks like you didn't need it.
So Zeke, as you
Okay,
utter the word
continuing.
chantry, his eyes widen and a look of anger overcomes him. You suddenly see Annabelle behind him, and a pointed piece of wood explodes from the front of his chest, spattering you with blood as he
I
collapses
would greedily
forward
lick that up.
on top of you. He literally collapses over you.
Does it pierce me as well?
No.
Good. I will greedily lick up the remains that he has splattered upon me.
Will not slight hunger.
Yes, but
Yeah, so this all happens in a matter of seconds. He asks you a question, commands you to answer. You answer, she disappears, and suddenly there's a collapsed something on top of you.
I'm going to look at her, blankly state, marry me, and no dry utterance. And just pull whatever's on top of me out of the way.
It's not hard to shove the body off of you.
What sort of vehicle was he propped against?
It was actually an old 1986 Cutlass.
Yeah.
Ooh.
So
Cutlass.
Mr. White, Annabelle's going to start patting
She's-
down this individual's pockets looking for
As
keys.
she's like
Yes.
stooped on the hood of this vehicle, looking like
Yes.
some kind of vulturistic predator.
Keys, Mr. White.
You know,
Hmm.
my methodology of theology says that there are 3 within the pantheon. And that's all he's going to say to that
Mr.
as he
White.
helps her search.
So you pat
No,
the
I-
old guy
I-
down.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
I'll
Keys
pat
are,
the old guy down from...
keys are easy enough to find. He's got a bulge of them in his pocket.
I'll take them. Any wallet or ID?
Not so much. There's like a stack of money in his pocket. There is
I'll pocket it.
there is a small Derringer double-barrel 22 pistol. It's
I'll
a
take
little
that as
tiny
well.
thing.
I'll take that as well.
Okay. Other than that, he has the clothes he's wearing. And that's it.
He's going to look over at Annabelle. Food?
Just a little bit.
She said, yes, drink.
Then I will satiate 2 off of him.
I'm going to give you a willpower check.
Okay.
No. Sorry, guys. I just reverse Diablerized this guy, Ezekiel. Welcome to the party, Mr. Thelen or whatever. So,
Mr. Theron.
there.
Let me look at my willpower, which is current, which is... And it's all black dice, correct?
Usually.
Okay, just making sure.
Wait, is this our first Diablerized?
He's not Diablerizing
He's-
him.
no.
He's just
I was
Drinking.
saying if that was the case, this will be our first Diablerized. If he does
Having a little sippy sip.
go that far, he'll be our first one as a coterie. Oh boy.
Which is really not good, guys.
Juice box.
That is 5 successes. I got a crit.
You do push back the desire as the taste of elder vampiric vitae floods your mouth. That sweet nectar that you've never experienced before, save the moment of your embrace, floods your every sense. Your beast sings drink. drink its life. Life.
We will
You resist
break
the
away after
urge.
R2. We will break off after 2 and close the wound.
Zeke greedily jumps at the opportunity and drinks from this vampire, breaking away. Reluctantly, it's clear that he is not ready to stop, but seems to stop himself. Even taking the
This is
time to lick the wound and close it.
Is this what God feels like? I like it.
Annabelle's going to give him a knowing smile.
Is this why we did that?
No, we did this to protect you, Mr. White. And that is going to involve further steps now, unfortunately.
Yes.
She's generous.
Shall we throw him in the trunk?
No. We actually, you know what, you are right, Mr. White. That actually does make more sense instead of dragging him around front, doesn't it? 1 second. Stay here with the body. I will be right back, and I'm going to kind of like jog over around
Is
the
that
back
an
around the
order?
front of the building because I want to, but it's going to pull my car around to the back so that they're
It's
both
easy
of our
enough.
cars are there. Yeah. Okay.
Was that an order for him to stay with the body?
Yes.
That he will stay and on all fours guard the body.
Oh my God.
He like stands over it like a dog with a bone.
Yes.
Mhm.
Right.
Okay. So I once I come back around, I'm going to get out. I'm going to Mr. White, move.
Immediate move.
I'm going to pick up the staked body, and I'm going to stick it in the trunk of my car. Careful to not so the stake doesn't like fall out or anything. So
Sure. Easy enough.
and then I'm going to look at Mr. White. Mr. White, you have the keys. Please
Yes.
follow
Yes.
me in our friend's vehicle.
Right away.
So
And he will get inside the vehicle and start it up.
once we are both in our these vehicles, I'm going to start heading out, and I want to get on. I'm going to work my way to 294 because I want to head into Lupine Country.
294.
It says on the map here, 294 is it says 294 heads into Lupine Country to the
She wants to get into the highway.
southeast of town.
Hmm.
Am I
You're
reading
not
the map
heading
wrong?
toward. You mean 234?
No, I don't want to go north yet. I want to go southeast.
Oh, 294.
Because
I got you.
my plan is, just so this makes sense, I want to have Ezekiel follow me in this individual's car. I want to dump his car somewhere in Lupine territory,
Okay.
and then we're going to like wipe down the steering wheel and stuff, and then Ezekiel's going to get in my car, and then we're going to head towards the battlefield since he has an appointment to make.
Got you. Okay, so you're dumping the car. I got it.
Yes.
No problem. Yeah, that's easy enough. You find a
follow.
section down the road that's easy enough to dump the body on.
I'm not dumping the
William Park-
body.
Well, I mean the car. There's
Okay, I was
plenty
gonna
of
say,
plenty
this
of
dude's staying with
places.
me.
There's plenty of places along Prince William Parkway that you can absolutely abandon a car and it won't draw immediate attention.
Okay, perfect.
And then turning around and heading back the other direction towards the battlefield.
Battlefield, yep.
All right, Virginia,
Yes.
what are you doing?
Well, we were chatting, and as I assume we are getting closer to the time of of the battlefield, I'm going to page Lorenzo and ask him to let me know how everything turns out this evening. I have some errands I need to go run.
He responds with a simple okay.
And I'm going to start walking towards the parking garage. And I'll gesture for Jonathan to join me if he should wish.
Oh, absolutely. I would probably walk on side of her, except for like when doors are happening. I would absolutely open the doors for her and everything.
Jonathan plays the gentleman and edges you back towards the front of the building, where the valet quickly pulls around a vehicle and asks if you need a driver.
No, I think I'll drive myself this evening. It's always nice to tour around town at this time of night.
As you wish, Miss Stone. And he kind of tosses the keys up playfully.
I snatch him out of the air, give him a good old tip, and I get in my vehicle.
And Jonathan, do you get in with her?
Absolutely.
All right. The two of you drive away, head towards the battlefield, towards the old battlefield museum building. When you get there, there is a familiar BMW, Miss Stone. It is Mr. Smith's BMW is in the parking lot there.
I just anticipated that he would be there, and I'm not surprised. But before we exit, I'm going to turn and look at Jonathan. And I get to say, judging from the fact that my friends have revealed some sensitive information to you, I'm going to hope that you're not going to turn around and use that in ways that would be an inconvenience.
I hope not as well.
Of course. It's just, you have been away for a while, it seems to me. And I'm curious about your own curiosity. I just wanted to be plain. I don't like to keep secrets from guests.
Away. I've been in this town for quite a while. I've been
I
in
guess
this
I've been away. It's hard to say.
state even longer.
Fair
But yes,
point.
I agree. I am still, deciding after all of, how close of acquaintance we are.
Of course. Understandable. All right. I guess we should go and see who we will run into in the park.
Tim, as you're hanging out, a familiar Escalade pulls up, though not being driven by a familiar, is actually being driven by Miss Stone and a stranger in the passenger seat. Sam, do you see Virginia drive up again with Mr. Keats in the passenger seat?
I sighed to myself, great, you got me some more. Yay. But meeting's more important than her yelling at me in front of everybody. So I would slowly get out my car and make my way to her car.
Virginia, as you park, you see Sam a few seconds later, almost body language, reluctantly getting out of the vehicle and walking towards your Escalade.
I'm going to nod to Mr. Smith and say, Mr. Smith, rather coolly, not yelling, not in any sort of agitation, just resignedly.
Miss Stone, Mr. Keats.
Mr. Smith, how are you?
Seen better days, Mr. Keats. Thanks for asking.
Absolutely. Well, you can't let that handsome face get any wrinkles in it.
No promises on that one, Mr. Keats. But I see Miss Stone has brought you here because you heard our conversation the previous night with Mr. White and his guest.
Well, I figured since we're all such good friends now, it seems, I might as well bring another one.
I hope you know he's gonna bring his Mr. White's gonna bring his guest as well. Because she has him on. Yep, she has him on a leash.
Oh, yes, you were mentioning Annabelle. I do look forward to meeting this new handler of Mr. White's.
Rather her than me, I'll get tired of him in a couple hours and pass him on to somebody else.
Tim, what's an awareness, please?
Three successes.
From your point at the corner of the building in the shadows, this conversation is audible.
Okay.
At that, I'm going to say, all right, shall we proceed, gentlemen?
Absolutely.
See why not? That's why we're here.
And I guess I will lead the way walking into the park.
All right, so you start getting out of your vehicle. Mr. Keats gets out of the vehicle. And he and Sam start walking past the old building, up the slight hill, and into the battlefield where the cannon emplacements are and things of that nature. As you do, there's a pair of headlights approaching the building. An old Ford Escape or whatever. You have no idea what it is. It's not something that would take note of you anyway, but it pulls into the Battlefield Museum building as well.
Sam
I'm
was
going to watch it.
Yeah, Sam's stopping and watching.
Annabelle, Zeke, you pull into the old Battlefield Museum building. There's a couple of cars there. There's a BMW. There's an Escalade. Zeke, you probably recognize the Escalade. It's one from the Haven Club that you've seen from time to time and actually ridden in.
Yes.
There's a trio of persons walking past the building that stopped and turned as you two pulled in.
Were their faces illuminated by the lights?
Unfortunately, very, very illuminated. Headlights are kind of unforgiving. It is easy enough for you to recognize Virginia and Sam Stone and Mr. Keats. Annabelle, you recognize Mr. Sam Smith and Mr. Keats, accompanied by an extremely attractive person whom you've not seen before. Tim, you see a third car approach. Two persons, one you recognize, Mr. Zeke. The other person you're not so sure of.
I'm going to continue to stay out of sight and watch and listen
Okay.
for a little bit.
So Zeke and Annabelle, you pull up. What do? There's three
I'm gonna
people walking, a couple of cars, in what should otherwise be an empty parking lot.
I'm going to tell her after we park to use the headlights to play knocking a haircut. Shaving a haircut.
I'm sorry, Mr. White. I'm not familiar with this.
Blink your headlights 3 times.
Okay.
And then 3 quick blinks.
Annabelle will do 3 quick blinks. I don't.
In case any of our allies are around, they would probably recognize.
Mr. White,
the
but
3.
weren't
Virginia,
those your friends
Jonathan,
up there by the building?
Sam and Tim all see this vehicle rapidly blink their headlights 3 times.
Are they having a stroke? Should we call it an ambulance?
After that, Zeke will get out and knock on the vehicle, shave and a haircut, 3 bits.
Well, sounds like Mr. White is here.
I mean, that does sound like something Mr. White would do.
Yes, Annabelle is going to get out of the vehicle.
Tim, you're
Gonna
muted.
get out and who, me?
Sorry.
No,
Oh,
Tim.
Tim was muted.
So
Yeah. I'm just gonna get out and start approaching the group of people because I recognize Sam and I recognize Jonathan. I'm just gonna approach them. So
I'll approach straight behind.
So approaching Virginia, Sam, and Jonathan is Annabelle, followed closely by Mr. Ezekiel White.
Okay, so I do see this, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
After three
Yeah.
flashes of the headlights and someone getting out of the vehicle, and
I mean, Ezekiel walking behind Annabelle like he's a lost puppy dog.
sure,
I'm going to shake my head and say, subtle as always, Mr. White.
Now you
just
see what I
bark
mean?
in response.
See what I mean? Told you. Leash.
Ah, you must be the new handler.
as Annabelle kind of floats up, because of course Silence of Death is always fun. I will drop Silence of Death once I actually get right on top of you all. I will bow a little bit. Yes, I am Annabelle, and you must be.
I'll offer you my hand. I'm Virginia Stone.
Annabelle
I own the Haven
shake your
Club,
hand.
a co-owner.
Miss Stone.
Yes, that is I.
It's a pleasure to meet you. I've met,
Well, it's a
of course.
pleasure to finally see your face.
And Miss Stone, she's the one who helped me fix that little fuck up last night with Mr. White.
In due time, Mr. Smith.
Yes, speaking of which, Mr. White,
I'm already
at this point, I'm going to walk. I'm walking right up to Mr. White in his face, and I'm saying very, very quietly, if you ever touch a hair on any of my employees' heads again, I will make sure you regret it.
He would smile and hand her his severed finger.
What am I going to do with that?
Use this if I get out of here.
That is disgusting.
Why would you give that to us?
You could keep that. I'm just going to hold you to it. Okay. Conversation done. You're gross. I'm walking away now.
Yeah.
Tim, what are you doing as you watch all of this unfold?
I'm just shaking my damn head like I can't. I just can't with these people.
I can't even, and I'm right here.
Zeke presents a severed finger to Virginia Stone.
In front of my face too, so I'm done. Sam's
He
done.
will.
Hey.
So I'm gonna slowly lurk my way over there, and when there's an appropriate lull in conversation, I'm going to say, "What part of clandestine meeting was not clear?"
Hi, Mr.
I
Chin.
think there are things that you need to be seeing later.
So, out of nowhere,
Interesting.
a booming voice comes, new to you, Mr. Keats. Someone talking about a clandestine meeting not being clear as he steps out into the halogen light of the light of the parking lot, looking at the group, as it were. A gruffly individual. Tim, if you would describe yourself to Mr. Keats.
Tim, you'll notice as he pulls off his hoodie, he was wearing dark denim and a dark hoodie with some sort of. Well, do you have any points in Streetwise?
Yes.
How many?
2.
Okay, so you would know it was MS-13 colors that were discreetly being worn, and a backpack, semi-full on his back.
And Mr. Keats, what does Tim see?
Tim sees a very average build, 6-foot guy, very pale, like sickly pale, bright blue, green eyes, has a slight limp, and he has like medium long like wavy black hair and like very clean shaven. He looks like he's in his like early 20s. Very clear complexion.
Pale.
Very pale.
And likewise, with
All I
Zeke,
say
I
is-
will.
all I
Is
say
it-
is-
I will reach over to shake your hand.
I'll shake it firmly.
It's leather, but there's warmth under the leather.
likewise, with Zeke is another unfamiliar face to you.
And you might be.
I am Annabelle, and I will extend my hand to Mr. Toon.
also known as Zeke's little handler as of last night.
Oh, we got a new one.
Yeah, we got a new
I
one.
wish
Yes.
you all the best.
But Mr. Two, she
She
actually
seems to have a tighter leash.
she got him in his place already. Look at
Tim,
him.
as you shake hands with Annabelle, you notice that her flesh is definitely cold.
I see.
Mm.
I figured I might bring Mr. Jonathan along, seeing as our wonderful friends have clued him in on a lot of our doings.
Oh,
Do you like throwing
Yes.
me under the bus, Miss Stone?
I did not specify you, Mr. Smith. It was a general
It's
statement.
it feels like it's implied that you throw me under the bus again.
And to be fair, Mr. Smith, it wasn't just to you.
No.
It was a general statement.
I see.
Mr. White has very loose lips, as we all know.
Mr. White
speaking
has
of-
the subtlety of a shotgun with a mess that's roughly twice that.
Yes.
Speaking of shotguns, Mr. Toon, I suggest you take a look in the trunk later.
You will be silent, Mr. White.
Yes, mistress.
See?
Oh, I
I like
What tell you?
this.
This
I
was
like
what?
this one.
Told you she
This
could
has-
get
I think we're going to get along great.
Mm-hmm.
This has nothing to do with them. I will be handling that myself.
That if 2 and 2 do not equal fish, I'm sure he would like to see that.
Okay,
Incident.
before we get the meeting starting, what the heck happened to you two? What'd you do now, Mr. White?
Mr. White
I
is
think
safe.
that we don't need to be involved in any more garbage than we're already involved in.
I'm not
If
trying to get
Annabelle says
involved.
it's handled, we
Yeah.
leave it
How
that way.
about we hold off on conversations until we find out who our guests are? Does that sound like a good plan to everyone? Because I think that's what we
Yes.
should do.
You know,
Yes.
I think that is entirely reasonable.
Mr.
So-
Toon is very wise.
Who-
Don't learn from him.
Exactly.
You speak too openly.
How did we come to know your acquaintance, Jonathan?
Oh, I attended Miss Virginia Stone's establishment, and I was one of the performers there, which led me down a series of mishaps and misevents to help this haven.
Mr.
And,
White was
He
involved. I
undersells
have no
himself
doubt.
slightly. He is also
was
an
hungry.
excellent poet.
Is he one of us?
I can
You
vouch
like-
for that. Yes.
He likes his drinks dark and red.
Mm. And
Very
I
well.
can vouch for that personally.
So,
Oh, I will. If you want, like, I'll push up my lip and show you. I got fangs.
okay.
See?
Forgive my hesitation, but the nights have been interesting of late.
And your beast
Preaching to the choir
speaks up
there,
a little
Mr.
bit in the background. What's in the trunk?
What is in the trunk, Mr. White?
Hey, you told me not to talk about it. Now look at him. Shame.
A familiar voice, Mr. Toon.
Really?
I don't want
Yeah.
anything to do with this garbage.
I'm staying out of it.
Unfortunately, Miss Stone, you may recognize the voice as well.
I'm just staying out of it.
Why do you keep bringing this to our doorstep? You shit on my carpet last night, and now you're dragging me into more.
Miss Stone, I must apologize. I do not know how this individual has wronged Mr. White, but they are, or Mr. White has wronged them, I should say. But currently, they are indisposed, and I am working on that situation. And I would say that probably the less you know, the better.
He will approach
Hey,
Tim.
Somehow I don't believe that.
What's in the
You
trunk?
are
That has proven to not be the case of late.
He's going to approach Tim, lean in. The blood is the bond.
Oh, fuck.
And lean back out.
I'm going to go over and I'm going to grab Mr. White by the hair again, and I'm going to pull his head back because he's taller than I am. I'm just going to like pull down and back since he disobeyed my command.
So,
Yeah,
I really like her.
Miss Annabelle,
Can we keep her?
forgive my impertinence, but I would very much enjoy to see what cargo you may be carrying, as it may be relevant to current events.
1 second, Mr. Toon. And is he saying that I want to kick out Ezekiel's legs and knock him down to his knees?
Oh, he will go willingly.
Like I asked, can we keep her? Please.
So Zeke, you simply let her
Yep.
let her kick out your legs.
Yeah. Take
Now
out some
that he
hair
is,
if you
he
can.
is probably at more my speed of height.
Yes.
When I say to keep your mouth shut, you keep your mouth shut. Information has value, and you running your lips degrades that value. And then I'm going to let go of his hair. Right this way, Mr. Toon.
Thank you. Might I ask, how did you get the unfortunate burden of babysitting Mr. White?
Oh, you're gonna love this.
Unfortunate. And Mr. White keeps the nights slightly entertaining, but
Well, that's a word for it.
Mm-hmm.
I would say it was more happen chance than anything. I'm going to
Lucky.
say this to him as I'm walking towards the back of my car. So
Oh, you're gonna love this. You're gonna love this story.
Well,
so when we get around to the back of the car, I'm gonna like stick the key in the lock and pop the lock. Since it's an older vehicle, they don't have the automatic. So
Tim,
as I swing open the lid,
the lid swings open to the trunk, and there is the unmistakable visage of an elderly gentleman that you have met before in the warehouse near a train station.
Interesting. That is what I needed to see. Thank you very much, Miss Annabelle.
okay. Annabelle will close the lid again. Just
She closes the trunk.
Let's go out of earshot of the trunk. Yes?
perfect.
I'm going to head back to the battlefield to everyone else.
Tim
So
leads the way.
we have one fewer Sabat ? So that's good news. That's the best thing I've heard in the last several nights.
Mr. Keats, the word Sabat just drops into conversation.
I'm going to look around. I don't know if there's anyone around, but I don't like that word. So I'm making sure.
I'm looking around myself because
Mr. Tim.
so casually.
You're
Mr. Tim.
I'm familiar with Ezekiel's antics. Are all of you? Are you Saban?
I feel
No.
I feel
I want to know if maybe I have other dinner plans to get to, or
No.
Virginia
No.
starts coughing like, what?
I'm just making sure.
Sam has a disgusted look on his face, like he just been hit with a disgusting odor.
Well, no. The tower rules us all.
Maybe we should find somewhere private to speak.
Yes.
that would.
I don't like how open this park is.
Yeah.
You're all so willing to just say things in the open. It is. I see what Mr. Tellon was talking about.
Ah, yes.
And I also see why.
Oh, you got to meet
Oh.
Mr. Tellon.
Oh,
Lovely.
yes, he was he was a perfect gentleman. And I
Of that
understand
I
what you're
have no
talking about
doubt.
with Kyla now. You just stand around for a while, and people like you all just walk through your life and say things in front of you.
Well, on that note, would you all like to accompany me somewhere more private where we can have this discussion?
There's a
Preferably.
home nearby.
And on that note,
Let's
We're gonna
not
take
break into a
an-
national monument.
we're going to take another quick pause, and we will be right back.
Yes.
And welcome back. When we left, our party had finally regathered at the battlefield at the appointed time, with the added benefit of Mr. Toon finding out that yet another member of his naughty list has been delivered like Santa's sleigh and a Christmas present, wrapped with a
Ho,
bow.
ho, ho.
No one else knows why, but Mr. Toon, I'm sure, is excited at what
Very.
was delivered in the trunk of Annabelle's car.
That was a big question mark that's now off the board.
The circumstances of which I'm sure will be discovered shortly, or at least in the turn of near future time. As the group now is sort of gathered at the back of Annabelle's car and turning away as it's closed, heading back towards the battlefield and the embankment of old ancient cannons overlooking the bluff of the Manassas battlefield.
So
read-
as I was saying, sorry,
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, we should probably go somewhere a little more private to discuss a few things. It seems.
Yeah,
I know this seems private, but you never know where ears are.
you're not wrong. I've been here most of the evening. It's been very quiet.
There is a home nearby.
Maybe not break into a national monument. Just a thought.
We could go to
All
my
right, you
compound.
all can come with me or follow me, whichever you'd prefer. We are not going to your compound, Mr. White. I recommend you stop suggesting things because your suggestions are messes.
Miss Stone, where would you suggest that we go?
I have a private location that I've been staying at.
Wits and awareness, please.
Well, we could have went to mine. I have a private residence too, you know.
I'm not saying no. I am not attacking you in any way, Sam.
Ooh,
I am
You
making
too.
suggestions.
5. I got a crit.
Excellent. You not only sense and feel a hand on your shoulder, and a voice whispers in your ear. A familiar voice. You've come to the right place. It's Kyla Lupo's voice.
Oh, good.
As she exits the obscurity of obfuscation, standing behind Tim with a hand on his shoulder. I see you've brought friends.
Miss Lupo.
Good evening, Miss Lupo.
Good evening to all of you. Annabelle, nice to
Imogen.
see you.
Nice to see you too. It's only been a few nights.
Only. Seems like longer. The nights draw out as you get older, I assure you. Then, who is this? She
I'll,
turns and looks at
Slight.
Mr. Keats.
I'll slightly grimace and
Kyla's not the most attractive person. She, as well as others of her clan, are marked by the corruption of the flesh. There's no mistaking who they are. She doesn't hide it, though she wears fairly baggy clothing, hood, you know. But in the current company, she doesn't make it a point to not be who she is. She seems very comfortable and confident in the seclusion of the battlefield to be who she is. Who might
Good sign.
you be?
nobody important.
I doubt that. In this company, I really doubt that.
My name is John.
John. She takes a big sniff. Her eyes take a strange focus when she's looking at you. Yes. John. John. Kindred. But only just.
Hmm.
Is he with you all then?
I have met him this evening for the first time.
She
Well,
squeezes your
as
shoulder.
you know, some
Say again. Go ahead.
I said I have met him this evening for the first time.
And I will say, well, as you know, members of our little group are rather chatty, and he has been included in some of these conversations.
Has he?
Mhm.
Very interesting. Well, right
So we
this
think.
way. There are persons who wish to speak with you all.
Oh, good.
Whoa, goody.
As she begins to walk past the old Civil War museum, up the hill and onto the bluff where the cannon emplacements are. And kind of pulling Tim with her since she has you by the shoulder. She doesn't like force you, but
I'm being polite.
she walks with you.
Yeah.
Mr. White, after you. I'll point.
I'm going to ready my derringer that I took off of Mr. Somebody. And
I
walk.
will give those nearby a quick wits and awareness.
I'm not going to ask anymore when it comes to Mr. White.
It's almost as bad as the box cutter.
Oh, yeah, this is a lot worse than the box cutter.
Probably
3
about as
successes.
useful.
Anybody with 2 or more successes will hear the unmistakable cocking of a small firearm.
I immediately
I'm going to
turn towards Mr. White.
I heard that.
And I look at him and I say, "Is there something you would like to hand to me, Mr. White?"
No.
no.
Mr. White, I don't really want this to be in the open. I'm not saying this out loud. I'm saying I don't want this to be open, so I'm just trying to think how I want to say this to him real fast. Did you cock it like in a pocket?
Yes.
Okay.
And we all heard it.
I'm going to reach around into your pocket and I'm going to, because I've got like sloughy sleeves that are kind of loose, I'm going to pull it out and up into my sleeve so that no one else can see it. And I'm going to just give a short little quick curt nod to Mr. Toon that it is handled. So,
You know, Kyla, I really like her. And I've just met her.
Zeke, what are you doing?
Asking y'all. We keep her. Y'all don't give me an answer.
I'm feeling around for the weapon that is no longer there.
Oh, so you were letting let her take it?
I'm going to let her take it.
Okay.
Mr. White.
If she thinks I don't need it.
Mr.
Kylo,
White, I said after you. That did not mean act a fool.
Kyla leans
Better
into
be
you,
prepared
Tim.
then.
We like her too. Damien really likes her. Not sure why. Well, actually, I do know why, but nonetheless, right this way.
Fair enough. Thank you.
He will walk then, keeping pace with both Kyla, Tim, and anybody else that follows.
As you all crest the little hill towards the cannon embankment that's part of the museum, there stands Ramona, the sheriff, Prince Giorgio, and Damien.
As soon as I see Ramona, I say, fuck.
I'm just going to
fuck.
I'm going to give Annabelle that look of, should I start running?
That's a look, not a statement.
Yes.
No, Annabelle will just shake her head negative, but she's also going to kind of frown visibly a little bit at seeing Ramona. So
And you do recognize Ramona. You recognize Damien, of course, and the prince, who's been described to you, though you've never been personally introduced to him. Jonathan, you recognize Ramona, the sheriff, who has definitively been introduced to you before. You recognize the prince of the domain by description and reputation. Damien, probably not so much. Looks all the monster that he is. Over 7 foot tall. Covered in a death cloak, insect-like. Looks almost alien to human eyes. But definitely looks the monster.
Gonna instinctively rub my gloved hand that may or may not contain a brand by the Camarilla.
Sure.
And just kind of blink my way into the background. I'm not going to say anything. I'm just going to be
so you
really
kind
quiet.
of try to be a part of what's ever behind the rest of the coterie.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So Virginia, I am sure that you and Sam probably noticed that Mr. Keats grabs one of his gloved hands and then just kind of holds back a couple of steps as you approach, seeing the prince, the sheriff, and Damien. The prince being first to speak. At least you all have learned to be on time. No? Nothing?
I will bow in his presence.
You can stay that way. And he points to Zeke.
He will stay exactly like that.
You all have caused me grief. Caused my family grief. Caused this domain grief. Brought the ire and the eye of the Second Inquisition to Prince William County. Why? Where's Mr. Costa?
He was supposed to meet us here, sir.
Where's Mr. O'Brien?
We have not seen him for some
We haven't seen him in a while.
Were you not given a task?
Yes.
Really? And you know what that was? Where's
To
my
find the sun and
daughter?
shovel. We may know where she is, although it is unconfirmed.
Were you not tasked with finding the missing members of this domain? Were you not tasked with bringing them back? A simple yes or no will do.
Yes, sir, we were tasked with bringing them back.
And where are they?
To the best of our knowledge, in intricately carved sarcophagi underground.
Below the airport, sir.
As you mentioned the sarcophagi, my eyes will immediately dart to you.
Dart to whom?
Whoever's saying
To the prince?
sarcophagi.
You didn't mention that word yet.
Oh, to Zeke. Okay. Or no, Tim said that.
Tim.
Yeah.
Tim.
Tim said that.
Okay. If you know where they and she are, why are they not here?
Sir, I can't confirm that is where they are. We are working to resolve that. But until I had positive results, I know I didn't feel it was appropriate to proclaim that the job had been completed when it
Yet
was not.
you feel that it's appropriate to bring the Second Inquisition to my domain.
I had very little to do with that, sir.
You all act as one. You all have vested interest in its doing. And we lost somebody.
Yes. Mr. Keats.
Give us a moment. Pause. Sorry,
Zoom
viewing
fuckery
audience.
part 2.
Yep. That Virginia the
I'm Tim again. Yeah,
Give me-
burly brouhaha stuff.
Give me
Yeah.
So it's now Virginia the kebab maker.
give me just a moment to correct the Zoom fuckery.
Welcome back, Mr. Keats.
Thank you. My internet went out. Sorry.
Ooh.
See, I don't mind being Tim. I just get to punch shit. I like that.
Oh, let me start scatting. Do up, do up, do up.
I just want to remind y'all.
There you go.
I just want to remind y'all, you're letting the Bruja do the talking. I'm just going to put that out there.
And the thinking.
Yeah, but to be fair, Virginia hasn't been here for a lot of the fuckery. She's just recently come into it, so I'd rather not talk about what I don't know.
Well, Jane has a good reason.
Nothing
And
about any of this. That's why I'm keeping quiet. So,
Oh, there's so many excuses.
oh,
Well,
Wasn't there when the prince tasked us with anything?
It's difficult to accomplish tasks when you're constantly putting out fires set by your own coterie.
And it's
fair enough.
probably in my best interest to not draw attention to myself.
Yeah, that's a smart plan.
Yeah, you should probably just stay quiet and not say a word.
That's
Hopefully, y'all should stay quiet and don't say nothing because if y'all say something,
Especially Mr. White.
Why
well,
is
he
this
already
so-
said enough.
Oh no. Oh no.
You've said
Mr.
enough,
White does
Mr.
not
White.
get to stay silent.
No, he needs to talk. Meanwhile, I didn't get to stay silent because I wasn't around when y'all was tasked to do that. So
It's not letting me move shit
Yeah.
around. Oh no.
So his
You're
why
right.
I'm
You're right,
quiet.
Tim. He should be groveling. This is correct.
Oh, yeah. You should be begging not to be sent to the sun right now.
Yeah.
Mm. We love you. Oh,
It's not letting me fix shit.
Oh, we didn't talk about much else after the coffins there. It was
yeah.
just
So the
as soon as
Cosmo
he glitched
mentioned,
out, we stopped.
yeah, we paused so we can
Yes.
fix this little
Yeah.
fuck up here.
Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee.
And because I love me, Annabelle, and Zeke are in our spots.
Oh
Y'all
my
got switched
God.
around.
I'm me again, so all's good.
I'm gonna fix this a different way.
okay.
You're gonna break it a different way, huh?
Yes.
I'm staying out of this.
I'm just happy to be here.
Me too.
so.
Can I tell you, Sylvanov, so far the story that you're weaving just
Well, that works. That actually
You know,
works a lot
Dave,
better.
Problem solved.
if you need me to remote in and fix this for
Wow.
you,
Thanks.
I'm happy to do that at a reasonable rate.
Okay, I'm sure
Oh, we can get shaky
that'll
to
work
do
for
it.
now.
We can get shaky to do it.
All right, back to where we were.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Tim, the last thing you said was what?
He mentioned the sarcophagi and the fact that
Yes.
we couldn't do positive results if
No.
we can't get in.
Yeah,
Or
and then the
something like
prince
that.
said you brought the SI into the domain.
And that's when we all crapped out.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
be fair to these mildly bumbling kindred, my prince. The SI are everywhere in these nights. I've been all over, and you can't go anywhere without seeing them. I don't know that they. Now, while I do not know the specifics of their things, and I do not wish to step upon your toes or question your judgment, but I don't think it was solely their doing that has brought the enemy to your door.
Child. As Damien speaks up. You would do well to observe instead of speak.
Yes, my lord.
Kyla turns to the prince. Blame isn't important here, Giorgio. More important is the whys and the whos and the wheres. And the information is key at this moment. Giorgio turns and looks directly at Tim. Sarcophagi, you say you know where everyone's at. Where are they?
Beneath the airport.
And you know this for fact.
I have seen them myself.
All of them. All of the missing people.
I have seen sarcophagi intricately carved with the symbols of the clans of the missing.
Conjecture.
One was recovered.
Who?
I'm just going to look at Miss Stone.
I'm going to speak up at this point. Ms. Fiona, my prince.
Fiona. Recovered. Where is she? Why is she not seek me out?
Because, Your Highness, she is in a deep state of torpor, not even we can fix.
And you have her in your possession.
At this
She
No.
is with capable.
Sir.
She is with capable hands, sir.
Kyla again squeezes Tim's shoulder and whispers very quietly, caution is warranted. He is unbalanced. Where is Fiona? She's a member of the council. If you recovered her and she's been missing, then where is she? You say you have her. Where is she?
She is in better hands than this coterie, Your Highness, because we cannot wake her.
Who are you?
I am Sam Smith, one of Clan Toreador, and Miss Fiona is my primogen.
And you know where she's at.
Yes, sir, I do.
Then where
and at this
is
time,
she?
I cannot reveal that information because she is not awake. And we cannot wake her at this time.
You know where she is
Prince
at,
Giorgio,
and
if I
you
may.
will not tell me?
I'm going to avoid his gaze as much as possible.
If I may, Prince Giorgio,
Mm.
she is currently indisposed, and that is why she has not presented herself. As soon as she is physically able to, we will present her to you.
You found her.
In a matter of speaking,
More
yes.
like she found us.
She found you. I'm confused. You say she was in torpor, where, and you found her in a sarcophagi amongst others, and you have possession of her, but you don't know where she is. I am confused.
Actually, Your Highness, we do, but we cannot reveal that location because it might be
You
compromised.
defy me?
No.
No,
It's for her
no, sir,
protection
sir.
and yours and everybody's involved if she remains hidden and not in her location not revealed. I doubt you want to lose her again.
Damien
correct?
snakes out a hand to the prince, placing it on his shoulder, his long talon-like fingers draping over him as he leans in and whispers quietly to where no one is audible. The prince pauses and looks at Damien a moment, then returns his gaze in turn from Tim to Sam, and to Virginia. I will not tolerate lies.
Your Highness, it is not a lie. We are trying to protect everybody in this domain. We cannot afford to lose
How is it
council members
that
again.
you think, Mr. Smith, that you will protect me not telling me the truth at this very moment?
because we could be compromised right now, and I do not want to risk her safety or anybody's safety here if the location was revealed at this current time. But if we talked privately, Your Highness, I could reveal her location just to you and nobody else.
The
With your
sensation
permission.
of absolute majesty overcomes everyone. As Giorgio, for lack of a better term, pops majesty, exudes his will and his presence over everyone gathered. If anyone resists, please let me know.
What is the role of this?
Yeah, that's my question.
Nope.
Yeah, kind of nope.
I have unswayable mind though. How does that
that does
interplay?
affect majesty.
Yeah.
A
I'm
moment.
going to attempt to, I guess.
Yeah, that's what I was planning on doing.
A moment,
And this is why
please.
we don't give out information freely, friends.
That's
Okay.
why I was trying not to say anything about where she was at.
Anybody who
Oh
is
my
attempting
God.
to combat majesty needs to roll composure and resolve, please.
Ooh, lucky me.
So do I get just an extra die for unswayable mind? Is that what it is?
Yes, you absolutely get
And
a
for
die for an unswayable mind.
That's fine. That's
would it be
fine.
considered
So-
a social thing?
It is definitely
Composure
a
and
social
what
thing.
now?
But
Okay.
it is a social thing.
It's composure and what?
Resolve.
Resolve. Yes, thank you.
Six successes.
Damn.
Fucking Christ. I got like crits, so I'm pretty proud of myself here.
Okay, so you are able now, whether you exude the fact that you've overcome the sensation of majesty or not is another story, but you, Virginia Stone, have, for lack of a better description, realized that the power of majesty has been cast upon you, that the prince has invoked this vampiric right or power, and you are able to,
I'm gonna act like I didn't notice, or I did.
you have withheld the effect of it.
I have
Oh,
5 successes. 2 of those were crits.
5 successes.
I got 7 and a crit.
Dang, I got 5.
Oh,
That
I got
Damn.
good for me.
I rolled,
Okay, so
6
anybody
successes?
with 5 successes or more
Mhm.
has realized that the power of majesty has been invoked. Or you may not know what the power is per se, but the sensation, you've realized it, and you are able to overcome its overwhelming presence.
Mm.
I'm going to
Okay.
pretend that I haven't, though.
Yes.
Same with me.
Annabelle is going to keep her. Yeah, I'm keeping my head bowed
I am
when I responded to Damien earlier.
I'm staring at the floor.
Yeah, I'm 1,000 yard stared in his, not really in his direct direction, but you know the stare I'm talking about, Dave.
I do.
Forward.
I do.
Yeah. So I'm doing that, and unless I'm questioned directly, I'm not saying anything.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm pretty much just doing what I'm doing. 1,000 yard stare, not answering anything. Unless I was directly asked. So
which you kind of were.
Yeah.
yeah, but if he asks any more until he's asked again, any more questions, Sam's not saying a thing.
Okay, so back to it as he invokes majesty over the gathered. You refuse to answer me. Was it not I who charged you with the task at hand?
Yes.
Yes, finally, an honest answer. Of at least that I expect of you, Miss Stone. Mr. White,
Yes, my prince.
where is my child?
Underground. My prince.
Underground, and you know this as fact.
No, sir. She is being guarded, shall we say.
Where's Miss Fiona, Mr. White?
With someone more capable
Who?
than us. I do not think they wish to be named.
I don't believe I gave you the option, Mr. White. Where is the Toreador Primogen now?
I'm going to kind of look towards his shoe at this point. If I answer, will this satisfy you this evening?
My satisfaction is not of your concern. Your concern for your own well-being is answering me satisfactorily.
He will swallow his own pride. I will tell you. He will look up towards his knees at this point. She's with Jerkus.
Come again.
Diarguous Crawley has her.
She's with the wizard. She's with my warlock. He pauses. Looks to both Kyla and Damien. And then back to the group of you. Looking down at Ezekiel. Why is she with him?
Our blood alone would not wake her. We are not strong enough. This is why she is indisposed and was unable to come and meet you.
And you found her in what state?
In torpor. She was delivered to my club in a crate.
Delivered to you?
With no return address. Yes. Unsure
As
of
if
by
a
who.
package.
Yes, sir.
She looks to each of
Which
you
is
in
why
turn.
we still don't know where the rest of them are.
and you didn't feel it necessary to bring this to my attention immediately. Instead, you gave her to Crowley.
We believe he's the only person that can wake her.
You're a fool.
Then I am a fool, but I am looking out for her interest. If we can't wake
For
her,
her interest,
Mr.
you
Crowley
gave
is the
her
only
to
one
the
can-
Tremere, Mr. Smith. You think that was in her best interests.
Your Majesty, we can't wake her. None of us here are strong enough. Mr. Crowley is probably literally the only one who knows how to wake her safely.
Especially after our experiences down there.
Down where, Mr. White? Seems as you are the only one in my domain willing to be honest with me.
You are aware of caverns beneath the airport, are you not, my prince?
Don't assume that I know or don't know anything. Just say on. Better that way.
We had gone down to these catacombs beneath the city on search for the missing. And while down there, some unforeseen consequences happened, sir. A guardian of this tomb. It bade us to leave. Or else.
Else.
Mr. Costa was injured.
Giorgio shrugs. Takes a turn looking at each of you. Then gives attention to Mr. Keats, slightly in the background. You come forward.
I will come forward, but keep my head like cowered.
Who are you?
I am Jonathan Keats.
And you are with these persons.
I have met them last night, and I
A
attended.
night. A night. You know a person a night and bring them to me. Who are you, Mr. Keats? Do you know who I am?
I know who you are, my prince.
Good. You seem to be the only person here that does. Again, and I hope this does not become habit, I will repeat myself. Who are you?
I am one of the kindred of the city.
By whose blood?
By Penelope. Tremere.
Penelope. A Tremere. I do not know this name.
She is in the chantry.
I will have words with your regent and lord. I will instruct you specifically that you understand the company by which you keep, yes? You claim to be a member of my domain, then you also claim to know its traditions and will adhere to them to the letter. Unlike some of those in the company by which you keep currently.
The traditions are the utmost importance. I agree.
Mr. White.
Yes, my prince.
You bring undue attention to my domain. Why?
The consequences of the blood, my prince.
Of what blood?
Of the curse.
Your
Of
curse
our-
or mine? Or do you make it mine? Which is it?
I make it my own, my prince.
No, you make it everyone's. And by the right of accountability, I hold you all accountable. All of you. He takes a turn, looking at each and every one of you. He lingers only a bit over the unknowns in this group. The unknowns to him being Mr. Keats. You have been lumped in. It's clear. There's no mistaking that your association with these people have wrapped you in a bundle that maybe you don't want. But you are inexplicably tied by the word of the prince. There are matters that need dealt with that have not been seen to in the weeks in which you and your compatriots have been charged to deal with. Do you understand, Miss Stone?
Yes, sir.
Those matters are simple. Simple. My child, I want her found. The fiend Vicos breathes over my neck at every turn. It needs to be dealt with now.
Of course.
The missing members of this domain's council must be found now. If you have them, deliver them. Perhaps that language is clear enough.
It
Again,
is.
he turns and gives everyone eye contact who bothers to look up at him or not. But he looks at each of you in turn. If the primogen Fiona has been found, I expect her in my presence immediately. You have 24 hours. No further delay will be tolerated. Do you understand?
It is as you command, my prince.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I understand that there are circumstances in this domain that may be beyond your understanding or control. I don't care. Deal with it. The collective group of you should have no problem in dealing with delivering kidnapped individuals. If that is indeed what is going on, I have heard a great many things, and I am not pleased about a one of them. Perhaps that is able to be understood. Or maybe I need to bring the hammer down, as it were, in colloquial English that you might understand. You exist in my
It is
domain
understood, sir.
at my whim, at my pleasure or displeasure, as the case may be.
I can't speak for everyone, but I personally apologize for any displeasure that has afflicted you.
Displeasure,
Majesty.
afflicting me. Mr. Smith, be careful the words and actions you choose at this moment. I will claim by right of my own everything that you think you had dear, and I will crush it and burn it to ash if it proves my displeasure or pleasure, as the case may prove. Where are the rest of my counsel? You know, so tell me, Mr. Smith.
If what Mr. Toon has said is correct, they are in carefully carved sarcophagi that we cannot touch.
Again,
And we have happened when it has been touched. Mr. Costa has tested that theory, and he has been injured trying to free his own primogen.
again, you speak in absolutes. You know that these people are held in a sarcophagi, in catacombs or tunnels beneath a city in which you dwell and have no knowledge of. Which is it, Mr. Smith? You
Your
have been
Majesty,
there?
yes, I have been with this coterie down in the catacombs.
And you have
There's a
seen these
guardian
people.
down there. Yes, I have seen them. They have the symbols of the clans on there. And we cannot touch them because there's some sort of barrier keeping us from even proceeding to even remove one of the lids.
Mr. White,
Yes, my prince.
speak on this barrier.
It is electricity, my prince. Lethal electricity, my prince.
Electricity. You've not sought to find out its power source and simply turn it off.
There seems to be no such source, my prince. We have scoured those catacombs completely.
Scoured. Completely.
Yes, my prince.
Personally, you have done this.
Yes, my prince.
And you have found nothing.
I have found no such source of the electricity.
You, Miss Stone, you have visited this place?
I have, yes.
And of
And unlike
your
my coterie members-
observations,
Unlike my coterie members, it seems, I am not so certain myself. I have not seen any primogen down there. I can confirm that there are sarcophagi in there. We are unable to open them. But that is our biggest lead. We are not near there.
what traps them?
Some source described. As well, there is a protector, a guardian of sorts, a spirit down there.
Spirit.
It makes it rather difficult for investigation.
Mr. Toon, your observations.
Well, my prince, the time that I spent there, I did see each of the sarcophagus that the others have mentioned. I also assisted Mr. Costa in attempting to open one, in which he was nearly killed. He attempted to open it with a
Prince
lever of
throws up a
sorts, as well
dismissive
as
hand as you speak. Turns behind him as if speaking to someone who's not there. Of course. Right
I'm going to
away.
use heightened senses
Okay.
as he speaks.
Okay.
Same with me.
Roll accordingly, please, and rouse.
Yep. Rouse successful. One,
Browse is good.
4, 5 successes.
I'm gonna do Sense the Unseen. It's a lot better for me.
And what are you looking for? Both of you. Or anyone
I'm
engaging
listening.
in.
I want to see who he's talking to. If he's not talking to us, he's turned his back talking to somebody. I want to see who he's talking to.
Okay.
I'm listening to hear for any sort of voices that are not the prince's, not the council's, nor his coteries.
Okay. Anyone else?
Don't have such skills.
And Zeke, what was your role, sir?
I had 5 successes.
Okay. So between yourself and Sam, as the prince turns and you follow his attention, as far as you can tell, there's nothing there. Zero.
Interesting.
Nil. Absolutely nothing. Though his body language, his actions are absolutely convincing.
Convincing us that someone is there.
As far as you can tell, he believes that he is conversing with someone else. He turns again. Absolutely, immediately and right away.
And there was no voice trawling
No,
anything.
none. Miss Lupo, we'll handle this. I am done. I'm tired and exhausted of this whole mess. I expect you and yours. Exactly. Immediately, of course. Prince Giorgio turns and starts to walk away towards the battlefield.
I'm going to keep cowed until he is out of sight.
I'm looking down until he's.
Same.
However, I will be scribbling on the dirt for anyone looking towards the dirt. No voice with my severed finger.
I said nothing. I do nod my head in agreement to his statement since I didn't see nobody.
He's
I'm
not
saying it out
looking at
loud.
Sam. He is still looking at the dirt.
No. Yeah, Sam's looking down, not saying anything.
The prince literally turns and walks away further into the battlefield as if led or guided. Both Kyla and Damien look in his direction, look back at each other, and slightly shrug. The view on their faces is undiscernible. They don't give any body languages to understanding what's going on, nor apathy or even or acceptance of what just occurred. But Kyla is the first to speak up.
Yes.
what's Ramona doing?
Yes.
Ramona is kind of has an agape look on her face. Her jaw is kind of lowered as she's watching the prince walk away after this. She seems almost stunned, out of place and out of sorts.
I'm going to look towards her at this point. And kind of
And?
shift my gaze between the three of them.
She is clearly has her attention on Giorgio walking away and is not really paying attention to those gathered.
I will write again in the dirt, making a symbol for fire, and then Ramona in the dirt.
Is anybody paying attention to Zeke?
I was.
No.
I was sitting right next to him when he wrote all this down.
I'll give you wits and awareness.
Okay. Oh, can I whisper in his ear something before I roll?
Sure.
I whisper in his ear, nobody there.
You will just hear a grunt, barely audible.
I got 3 successes on the wits and awareness.
Then yes, you notice that his been scrawling in the dirt with a stump of his left index finger.
The actual finger.
I'm sorry, clasping the severed finger and using it to scrawl in the dirt.
I'm not going to ask about the finger, but I did get 3 successes on that.
Tim, you'll see the words no voice, a character of a fire, and Ramona with a period.
Sam just nods at that last statement. Doesn't say anything.
As in, she was there at the fire, remember.
That's why I'm just nodding my head to that last statement. Not saying
He will, of course, kick the dirt around to make sure it's not seen and stand up a few moments later.
So Kyla looks at those gathered, Damien as well. She kind of holds a finger up for a moment. So you have Fiona and Walter?
And another?
And another. And you've given them to Crowley. Is that right?
Crowley only has one. As far as I'm aware.
Ezekiel, stop talking.
Please.
Oh, no. Please, keep talking.
Wow.
Well, it is true that Ms. Fiona was delivered, but we are not the ones to ask about that delivery. Are we?
Who are you asking? Are you asking me? Because I wasn't involved in this, and you just simply
I would
confirmed.
ask Damien.
I'm going to shift my gaze slowly to Damien. Not at the face, but near the chest.
So you and Tim both look at towards Damien, okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, I'm talking to Kyla. The chamber that I mentioned to the prince. I happened upon it through what I've come to understand is the work of the Lasombra from Miss Stone's office in her club.
She quickly
into
trades glances between Tim and Virginia.
Of which Mr. Crawley was in attendance.
I'm confused. I'm really confused.
You're not alone.
What is going on?
I wish I knew.
If we had the answers, trust us, the prince would have known ahead of time.
Damien
would have known ahead of really would have known.
Unfolds his extremities, skirtles along the ground, most insect-like up behind Annabelle. His face pressed past her shoulder and hair as he looks towards Tim and Sam and Virginia and Mr. White. you do know where the other is, yet you don't say. In the presence and request of the prince, why is that?
Sorry, my lord, I don't know which other you speak of.
Oh, I was not speaking to you, child. I was speaking to your friends.
My forgiveness, lord.
To be honest, Mr. Damon,
Mr.
prince
Quince, as it
has
were,
a
let's be
lot-
specific, shall we? Because the prince is losing patience, and so shall we all.
and hence why we don't want to add any more to that. That's why we didn't say anything about Mr. Quince, his location, and
From my understanding,
the others as well.
from my understanding, Mr. Quince was there on a errand of his own agenda.
Damien
To see
trades
Mr.
awkward
Costa.
head angles, glances at those gathered. But you did say that he was delivered. You've said this, Mr. White, and Mr. Smith has confirmed it. To Crowley.
Unfortunate.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Of course.
We thought it'd be smart, Mr.
Smart.
Costa and I.
Where
To have the
is
warlock.
Mr. Costa, Mr. White?
I was hoping you might have that information.
Why would I keep tabs on him? He is your member of coterie, is he not?
Yes, but you do
Is he
like
not
secrets.
working with you?
That is yet to be seen.
Why did you give them both to the Tremere?
I'm going to let Mr. Smith speak upon that one.
Please enlighten me.
You see, Mr. Damien, we was told by Mr. Crowley that an elder's blood can arouse Primogen Fiona from her deep torpor state.
Yes, I understand that you all made a deal with the warlock in order to make this happen, yes?
And he
Yes.
told us, he told us
Our
we
lives.
needed
Your
major-
lives.
a
That
major-
is
a major
information I
life
was
boom.
not aware of. Thank you, Mr. White.
That is what I was told was our lives.
A major life boom, to be more precise.
Shut up, Zeke.
Let me handle this, Mr. White.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a major life boom, to be more precise, Mr. Dane. To awaken Miss Fiona from her slumber, he needs elder blood so she can drink it.
So it is. He kind of squeezes Annabelle's shoulder a little before he lets go, and he scuttles across the small distance to Mr. Chase, standing between him and Mr. Toon. You're a new face around here. I have not taken notice of you.
That is correct. I'll grimace and say that he absolutely disgusted.
You know these fine people, yes? You
Like I
know what they
told
are
them.
to do, yes?
That is correct. I met them last night. I was instructed by the prince, and I kind of like to keep living on, so I'm gonna do as instructed.
What were you instructed specifically?
Well, apparently my lot is thrown in with them, so I will be gathering Primogen and the prince's childer and deliver them to the prince.
Gathering them like a collection. Are you a collector of elders?
Personally, no.
No. Interesting hobby you have, sir. He scuttles away, clambering over to Virginia. placing long tendrilled fingers on her shoulder. Getting in close, uncomfortably so, as is his way.
She does not shy away from Damien.
You have found both your primogen and Mr. Toons, yet neither are awakened.
It would seem
Why?
so. Well, at the urging of some friends of the Chantry here, we have delivered them to the Chantry.
As if presents, no less. Well
It would
timed
appear
on
so.
the year it is.
I do think bows were made.
I would expect no less. Child, do you see what these persons are doing? Giving away their most prized possessions to the pyramid and its followers. It is most curious, if you ask me.
Yes, my lord. They are not very good at these games, it seems.
I don't know if they are good at games or excel at them yet. The chessboard has not played itself out.
Of course, my lord.
And what do you find of these individuals? The prince is quite bothered by them. I find their antics amusing.
I think they need to be sharpened like a blunt sword, or a sword that has gone blunt from misuse. Their talents are wasted, and they have obviously need training or something to do if they wish to continue on anyway.
Though there are hindrances in their way. Many. Starting with the prince and his companion from the other side of the coin, as it were.
Which particular companion do you mean?
Mr. Vicos, Mrs. whatever, Vicos,
Very well.
the
That
pretender, the Sabat. How is it that he was called in by a prince to pose as an archon on behalf of the ivory tower? This strikes me as unusual. Unheard of, even.
I would agree.
You would.
Definitely not
Mr.
princely behavior,
Toon.
that is for sure.
No, Giorgio has not been himself in many months.
As we've noticed.
I fear he may suffer the call.
The beckoning.
My question is,
You are well informed, Mr. Keats. What do
My
you
question
know
is-
of the beckoning?
Oh,
oh,
Sorry.
Really nothing.
Yeah,
Anyway.
every freaking time. I'm sorry.
well, while
Yeah.
he's mixing his
Fourth wall break.
my
a side note, who has bubbling water in the background? Because that's just, I gotta go to the bathroom.
not me.
We need
Me.
to pause
That's
for
all
you.
I've been hearing. Thank you. I'll be back.
We'll pause.
That's actually not the worst plan.
I will put us in pause mode. We will be right back.
And once he comes back, we're going to pause.
Can everybody hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We just
Well,
can't
we
see
are
you.
on. We
Okay,
will be
okay,
right
okay.
back.
We're on pause anyway.
Welcome back, viewing audience. We had to take a quick break. There was a couple of members who, needed a break. So let's continue right along.
The beckoning.
You
That's
had
what we
mentioned the
left off.
beckoning. Damien had responded with, "What do you know of the all?"
I know that it is a call to the Middle East that elders are filling.
How do you know these things, Mr. Keats?
It's actually a particular hobby of mine.
Is it? What hobby is that?
Oh, the study of kindred history and lore.
Really? And why such interest in such things for one as young as you?
Mhm. Because it lets me understand things and gives me a different perspective.
Indeed, perspective is important in our society. Have we been properly introduced?
No, and I probably wish to keep it like that.
Well, I apologize for destroying that expectation, but allow me to introduce myself. I am Damien Farce, representative of the Ivory Tower. You may call me Archon.
Ah, interesting.
Mhm.
Oh.
I am Jonathan Keats. I am a child of Penelope, who is a member of the Chantry here.
Of the Duskborn, if I understand it correctly. You have been marked and accepted into society. May I see the proof of this?
He will very reluctantly start undoing his glove and show that there's a red crescent moon branded on him.
Damien reaches out, takes your hand unexpectedly delicately, bending your wrist in such a way that not only he can see the brand of the crescent moon, but turns it in such a way that others around might see it as well. He doesn't do it overtly, but doesn't do it hidden. So it is. You have been marked. So be it. Welcome to the domain. Prince Giorgio may not approve of such things, but I do not care. I have other concerns.
I will quickly put my glove back on, quite gingerly.
Where is Mr. Costa?
We wish we knew.
We really actually don't know. He was supposed to be here this evening to meet us.
Perhaps dealing with the affairs of Miss St. Clair. It would be interesting to note what is going on that front. Miss Annabelle, my child, I trust you are finding these people accepting.
Yes, my lord. So far, they have shown me nothing but kindness and hospitality.
Good. The traditions are intact, as it seems. Mr. White, your activities have drawn quite the attention, ire, and undue acknowledgement of those who should otherwise be in ignorance. Why?
It is with great reluctance that my Now, former compatriots have stirred the hornet's nest.
Compatriots, you mean those that were slaughtered?
Yes.
So
Yeah,
you blame
Don't mince words, Zeke. Spit it out.
you
Mhm.
blame
And also, don't shift the
the
blame on your
dead.
followers.
It was not I that spoke the words, though, were they not?
Damien does his awkward scuttling crawl towards Zeke, getting up in his face, his elongated teeth, mouth, his visage, right in Zeke's face.
I'll be
You are a candle in a dark room and you draw attention. Perhaps you should take it upon yourself to extinguish this.
Yes. Right away, my Archon.
Or perhaps maybe it is that you should shine light on something else, you cretin.
Perhaps someone wanted company within the Camarilla.
If you enjoy your life, as it were, perhaps shine the light elsewhere. If not, then find the nearest dawn. Do I make myself clear?
Yes, my Archon. They shall be illuminated
Good.
and sought out.
Then if this conversation should happen again, you know its outcome, yes?
More than willing to have that.
Excellent. I trust you will see to my child's undertaking and her watch over you as you move forward.
It'll be quite the bonding experience.
Clearly, yes. He presses his face close to your neck and smells you. Yes, bonding. It's an interesting word. I will excuse myself. Miss Lupo, I am sure, has things to impart to each of you. The prince, I am afraid, needs my attention.
Mr. Damien, before you
What?
go, I do have a question to ask you. Ask your opinion on, if you don't mind, in a minute of your time.
Do say on, Mr. Smith, and speak with caution.
Of course, you mentioned that he could be afflicted by the call, and he is our current
I said
prince,
no
correct?
such thing.
My mistake. But he is our current prince, correct?
He is the prince of this domain. Do you contest such claim?
No, I do not.
Do you
My
call
question
praxis?
is, I do not. My question is, if he is affected by said call, what effect would that have on this domain, in your opinion?
In my opinion, it does not matter. I stand above such foolery. I have larger concerns, Mr. Smith, such as the breach of the masquerade that seems to happen on most regular occasion at your and Miss Stone's domicile.
Of course, and me and Miss Stone will handle the masquerade breach at our domicile.
Of course,
We will shine the
you
light
will.
on it, and we will quell said masquerade breach before it is exposed to the kind. Which
I will say
believe
this,
is not in our
Mr.
favor.
Smith.
Of course.
Should it occur again, it will, in fact, require my personal attentions in such matters.
At the mention of my name, my head swivels to Sam.
I don't even look Virginia in the eye because my attention is on Damien, because I'm showing respect to an Archon and having a conversation with him. And if
I do love being lumped into shit that I didn't cause, but I will help.
I mean, I feel that.
And if things do get out of hand and your touch is needed, Mr. Damien, I will personally apologize ahead of time that you were dragged into our mess that we couldn't fix on our own without help.
Be assured, Mr. Smith, that I have been dragged into it regardless. Thank you, Mr. White.
He'll say nothing. But bow his head.
Damien will turn from the group and begin to awkwardly scuttle off into the distance in the direction that the prince had gone. Ramona and Kyla Lupo, awkwardly silent during the entire diatribe. Kyla is the first to speak. Well, you all keep my nights interesting. Where's Soraka?
We wish we knew.
I mean, let's face it. She looks directly at Tim. I put her with you all to keep an eye on what the fuck you were doing. What the fuck have you been doing?
To be honest, Miss Lupo, fixing Mr. White's mess.
I'm not fucking Lupo.
Well, I'm saying this out loud to both of you. Fixing Mr. White's mess. And we can all agree here that he is causing a huge mess, and we're trying to fix that before it gets really out of hand.
She does some
I'm going to get wrinkles.
widely over dramatic body language. So let me get this straight. Ramona continues barking. Mr. White is your convenient excuse for the absolute lack of any intelligence whatsoever amongst the conglomerate group of all of you.
I was going to say, until recent nights, I've been writing poetry and spending time.
Go
I
back
just give her like
to your coffee house, you thin-blooded fuck.
I will. In fact, I will greet the dawn and enjoy it.
You should do that. Because the rest of you are on my shit list. Now, storyteller to players, some of you know that she doesn't have much room to talk about shit lists at this point.
Oh, boy, she does not.
But she is definitely putting on the airs of what she should as a sheriff. You're
Very much
muted,
so.
Tim.
I thought Kyla was talking. I didn't realize that
this
was
has
Ramona.
been Ramona.
No, this is Ramona.
Yep. We've been sitting here listening to her.
Listen to her breathe out our necks.
Clearly, she has no love for the Thin Bloods.
And no love for the rest of us right now, apparently, too.
No. For lots of reasons that you may not be privy to.
Yes.
And it's so mutual.
Mm-hmm.
So carrying on.
Mm-hmm. But Sheriff, you have noticed that Mr. White does leave a trail of destruction in his wake.
What I've noticed is that you all have an inability to do what you were commanded to do. I don't care about the rest of the shit that you all get into. Do what you want to do. It's your time. It's your life. It's what the fuck ever. But I do believe that Soraka was placed with you all to keep an eye on what the fuck you were doing and make sure you were doing what Giorgio said. And she's not here. What the fuck?
I'm going to give a glance towards Tim, as in, should I say something or not?
I'm going to nod.
I have some unfortunate.
She was my
News.
hound. Placed as your fucking shadow.
Well, she got picked up by the pound.
Mm-hmm.
Really? And you now
Yes.
think that that's the appropriate time to bring that to my attention?
Well, we were attempting to find her.
How? You seem to have been pretty busy late. What have you done to find her exactly? And she turns and gives Ezekiel her full attention.
Well, there is a Kine, one of hers, at the hospital. We
So
were
what?
waiting until his discharge so we could find out more information.
So your job, okay, wait. Let me get, wait. She takes an inhuman breath.
Oh, you don't need to do that. I do that.
Let me get this straight. Your thought to get this done was to wait on some human in a fucking hospital. Is that right?
He was
Zeke?
there at the time of the incident.
Apparently so were you.
Yes, and there was nothing I could do about that.
Where is she? Did you follow her?
I could not follow her.
Why not? Your legs broke?
I was in a tree watching over her.
Let me get this straight. She disappears, and the reason you couldn't follow her because you were up a fucking tree like a fucking monkey?
He will turn his gaze slightly off of hers. I was told by her to watch from afar. in
What are
the
you, a
trees.
fucking slave?
She asked. I obliged.
And when she disappeared, you thought that that ask was still in okay.
I alerted Mr. Toon that she was being kidnapped by a vehicle.
Let me get this straight. So you were up a tree waiting, watched it happen, didn't do a fuck thing about it, and then called somebody else to find out if it was okay to even think about it. Is that right?
Yes.
Get the fuck out of here.
At once. And he will
This
turn to
fucking
leave.
pier, Mr. White.
He will look to the group. The usual place. Tomorrow. And leave.
Annabelle, so you watch this entire thing,
Yeah.
and Zeke is like, fuck, I'm out. Y'all know where to find me. I'm gone.
But we
I'll
don't.
be at the Havenclaw.
No. Mr. White, please wait with the car.
Yes, mistress. And he will literally sprint to the car, shouting, Haven! If it wasn't any less obvious of where to be.
Yeah.
As a storyteller, I'm going to poll Virginia, Tim, and Sam
Mm-hmm.
about what they're thinking right now with Ramona taking this big, bold stance in consideration of everything that's gone on, where they sit in their minds right now.
I'm in my mindset, I'm keeping my mouth shut before I'm her next victim. That is my mindset.
Fucking rich of Ramona to be giving us shit.
I'm
about
giving
not
her. I
reporting
am
shit to
giving
her
her enough
when
rope
she's
to hang
caused
herself.
so much. I'm
You know.
not saying anything, but it would have been a lot easier to report shit to her if fires weren't being started at Havens and, you know, attacks being made on coterie members and stuff like that, which I'm pretty sure she was
Little
present
arson.
at. But
We
that's
could have
just my
said that in
thought.
front of we could have said that in front of the prince and really let her dig herself a deeper grave, but we didn't.
Nah, I was busy watching you dig a grave. I wasn't gonna say
For the
anything.
rest of us.
Yes.
Annabelle,
Fine, pick fine. Pick them
Yes.
in. That's
the
fine.
sheriff of the domain has just accosted at least 4 members of your coterie for unknown reasons.
Mhm.
How are you feeling about the outside perspective of this?
Ramona is an adversary on my
Mm.
sheet, so I'm actually not surprised that she's a bitch. So
Okay.
I was about to say something to her after Mr. White ran off, but yeah.
By all means, say.
Yes.
I think I might too, but
Ramona, I know your nights are cold and you're lonely and you're an absolute fucking cunt. But that doesn't mean you get to run around out here and puff out your chest and blow and blow and blow. I got news for you. Just because you might get a little hairy in some places doesn't mean you're the goddamn big bad wolf.
Oh,
And at that, I'm going to turn around. I'm going to start walking towards my car.
I can still hear
Really?
this with heightened senses, correct?
Deep down inside, I'm laughing. But outside, I got my straight face.
so, okay, pause at that statement. What's going on, Zeke? What are you doing?
I can still hear that with heightened senses, correct?
You don't need heightened senses to hear that. You literally, this is all is taking place in seconds.
Oh, well, in that case, I am
I mean, like, as you-
smugly walking to the vehicle.
okay.
A little bit of a swagger, a little bit of
I will attempt to diffuse the situation.
Okay.
Don't
nope.
No.
do it.
Please go ahead.
Go ahead.
Uh,
I'm dying.
okay, I understand that emotions are high right now, and oh damn, I really don't like Ramona either. And Annabelle, you have to, Ramona's not dumb. She's using multi-syllable words now. That's an improvement.
You'll just hear
I'm going
laughing
to
from
speak up
Zeke.
at this point.
I want to die.
There's a lot of reactions about what
very
you're
sorry,
saying from the
Sheriff.
other members of the gathering.
Many things happen at once.
Out of character, I'm
The
dying.
game.
I'm dying out of character from laughing so much.
I'm going to speak up at this point and say I am very sorry, Sheriff. Unfortunately, tensions are running high. There have been a slew of unfortunate events this week between Soraka disappearing and a haven setting fire or catching fire. That sort of thing. So communication has been a little difficult. We apologize for not getting you this information sooner.
You think that's all that's gone on? Are you wearing blinders like a horse?
No, ma'am.
I said I'm like you. Under my breath. I'm like you, apparently.
Under your breath? Okay.
I was under my breath.
Okay.
She didn't hear that. I was under my breath.
Oh, no, she heard you.
I heard it.
Oh, good. That's fine.
Reacting's another story. You think that's all that's going on around here?
No.
I just found out you all know exactly where Walter is. And you gave him up to the Tremere. What the fuck? Why? Nothing?
To be fair, it's news to me, and I speak with the Chantry.
Yeah, Ramona, you and I might have our differences, but I have no fucking clue about this Walter Quince business. So how am I supposed to respond to that? Be like, oh yes, Sheriff, please, Sheriff, spank me for not knowing anything about this goddamn bullshit, Sheriff.
She gives you
He probably,
a dismissive
knowing
look.
Walter, he
Annabelle.
probably just went out drinking with someone he shouldn't have. I mean, it happens.
She cuts a quick look to Tim. Has that pensive, cutting look on her face. Cuts back to Virginia and Sam and Zeke all in turn. She looks like she has a knowledge behind her eyes, but she's unwilling to speak it. It's kind of a curious interaction for Annabelle and Jonathan to watch, because they were not witness to any of the circumstances regarding this, but it's clear there is something real there, and it involves the Bruja Primogen.
Care to share the information?
What information? Ramona snaps.
It looks like you're processing something.
Yes, sir.
You know
Please
what?
Do tell us what you know.
You need to shut the fuck up.
I'm just trying to catch up.
She cuts a nasty look at Sam. But you two. She points fingers at Tim and Virginia. You owe me some facts.
Oh,
Oh,
Oh, you know exactly what I'm talking about. She cuts a look quickly at Kyla. You know, and she repeats
I'm sorry.
You know exactly what I'm talking about.
I'm sorry. I've had my blinders on being distracted by fire and running my club.
Right. You got things to do. I got things to do. We all got fucking things to do before fucking Giorgio comes unglued. I'm out. And she starts stalking away down the hill.
I'm gonna wait.
Oversight.
I'm gonna wait till she's just barely out of earshot.
Wait, I want to
I want to say something so bad.
Please
call
do.
after her. Do you want my email address? Should we write?
I will see this. If she walked past me, how was the 2 silos, Sheriff? And that's all I say.
She
As
does
Zeke is
not
at the
respond
safety
to
of the
either of
vehicle. As Zeke is at the safety of the vehicle,
you.
to his
Safety?
knowledge,
Save my foot.
in his own head, it's safety. He's going to turn toward Ramona and just barely audible enough. Is the blood the bond? And smirk.
Really?
Oh, damn.
Yes. He
Shit.
is sick of this.
He pulled that shit out. I
Oh,
fuck.
Zeke's balls have dropped.
loose lips.
But his ball dropped though.
I see we're fresh out of fucks this evening.
I mean,
I guess so.
Pretty
is
much.
this going to be the third soaring leap takedown?
God.
my God.
Zeke,
Please,
Like,
no.
Fuck.
as you
Annabelle,
say
don't you
that,
worry.
I can always be a full kindred.
Zeke, as you say that,
Yes.
Ramona turns and throws a blindingly fast punch directly at your face.
Oh shit.
I need you to roll dexterity and athletics to dodge out of the way.
Oh shit.
Fuck me in the ass. All right, let's
Play
go.
the SC. Did she hear what I said? At
You
least?
have no idea if she heard what you said.
Wow, I hope the fuck she did.
Fucking 5.
Oh damn.
Oh, fuck me, yes.
Ow.
Yeah, but she's gangrel, so
Did you rouse the blood? Like,
Did you rouse at least?
how?
Yeah.
How are you getting 5? I'm just curious.
As you
2 crits.
say what you're saying, as she's walking by and she swings at you, you see the punch coming. You attempt to dodge and realize that she is the sheriff for a reason. And she collides with the side of your face.
How much damage?
She strikes you in an inhumanly strong fashion. Using her potence, she punches you for a total of 5 superficial damage. She
I will take my
literally
lumps.
throws her everything into you as you speak what you spoke.
He will take his lump
You,
and just stand there.
and just stand there.
Just stand there, giving her a challenge of
You
said
challenge
it.
her.
no. That stance of, well, you can continue to hit me, but it won't do anything.
Okay,
It's already been said.
but you're not like body
No, we're not opening a
languagingly
challenge.
challenging her. Like,
No.
and
No, we're
yeah,
stupid. We're not that stupid.
she punches you.
Oh, we're stupid.
Anybody who is returning back towards the parking lot, back up over the crest of the hill, will catch the sight of her clogging the fuck out of Zeke. As he says something to her that catches her attention, and she turns and begins to walk away.
I will spit teeth out at this point.
Yeah, she's likely knocked a couple of teeth loose easily. If it were a human, he'd probably have his neck thrown 180 degrees in a direction and dead.
I'm going to look at Tim and I'm going to say, I don't like her very much, but that was okay.
I was looking both, and I was like, I hate her right now, but that was perfect. This moment.
Your bar is all so low for hating on Mr. White. He just is rough around the edges.
He will look at Toon and just mouth the words, "Her blood is the bond." I'd say nothing. Just pantomime the words, "Her blood is the bond," and then say, "Do you not agree?"
Oh, yes.
Speaking of,
I'm assuming Miss Lupo is still there.
she's walked off.
Kyla and Damien did not follow you.
No, they went towards the prince.
Damien
We
went
haven't
towards the
moved.
prince.
We
as
didn't
you-
move.
We didn't move.
Yeah.
We didn't
No,
move.
Damien went towards the
Damien left.
Kyla and the sheriff were still there, and the sheriff
Kyla
just now
stayed.
walked off.
Yeah, Kyla stayed with the rest of us.
Damien's already slunk off.
Yeah.
As-
Kyla was going after him.
Then I will talk to Kyla.
As you're okay.
I'll be like, okay, so like, obviously communication is a breakdown. Let's move past. How I'm trying to have a way for you to get in touch with me.
Oh, we know where to find you. She nods in Annabelle's direction.
I don't like that.
Annabelle is just going to say, Primogen, have a good rest of your evening, and she's going to turn around and start walking towards the car.
She throws a hand up, kind of waving at you, acknowledging that you even said anything. Turns to Jonathan briefly and nods. It's not about like, is it?
I guess it's not.
No. There's a lot to not like about what's been going on.
Yeah,
You should
if I was-
probably talk to your associates.
Yeah, if I was part of the leadership of this town, I'd be pissed.
You think the leadership's not?
Oh no, like
Pissed?
how did I let this go this badly?
Indeed. There's lots you don't know. Mr. Keats, have a great evening.
Pleasure
Kyla.
to see you as always, Kyla.
Turns, obfuscates, and disappears from sight.
So I walk over to Tim and I whisper in his ear, you notice how she didn't react to what I said about the two silos.
Oh yeah, I'm well aware.
Mm-hmm.
As am I, Mr. Smith.
Well, I think that we should make ourselves scarce after antagonizing the sheriff.
So,
That is not the right word for it.
so who gets
Oh no,
to
I
give
think it's
Mr.
accurate.
So, Miss Stone, who gets to give Mr. Crowley the great news of, hey, we need to borrow your corpses?
Probably the person who gave it away that we gave it to Mr. Crowley, Mr. White.
Yeah, I'd say that's Victor Costa's problem.
Yes.
Mm.
Yet no one has seen or heard.
Yes. And if anything is to be said, apparently sitting on your hands is not an excuse. And my fate is now tied in with all of you.
And for that, I'm sorry.
Good fucking luck, bud.
Welcome to the party.
I hope it got some good luck on you because you're gonna need to hang with us.
So, Annabelle, I thought you
Yes.
might like to know that the friend you made this evening is a drinking buddy of our dear sheriff.
Ah,
Yes.
wonderful. So that fits with what I know of Ramona.
Mm-hmm.
hmm
What this happened to do
There's-
with why Mr. White got punched in the face by said bitch?
Well, Mr. Smith, don't you know? There's a certain bond.
Huh. Oh, yeah, that would explain why you got punched.
All right, we are still talking in a public place that is obviously still not safe, as we just
Do
found
we just
out.
want
I
to
suggest we
go to my?
disperse.
How about we just go to my place and we just
Yeah, I don't trust your place. Apologies. Miss Stone, I
No.
believe
Yes.
you had offered accompaniment to a location.
You know what? I
Yes,
will
newly
throw,
acquired.
throw my hat in there as well.
I would be happy to join you.
Of
I
course.
would be more than intrigued to see Mr. Keats's place myself.
You know what? I don't care what y'all do. To the part of my place is not secure enough. I'm going home. Y'all can deal with it, and y'all can just call me later. And he just walks off.
Mr. Smith, do you have a garage by chance?
Yes, I do.
Could I join you at your residence tonight?
Of course. At least somebody's joining, and I look straight at Virginia when I said that. And I walk to my car.
Mr. White, if
A little buttered.
If you wish to lodge elsewhere, that is your choice. But I am going to utilize Mr. Smith's hospitality and his garage for this evening.
Yeah,
I
that's fine.
I think I shall retire with Mr. Keats if he is willing to have us.
He's coming with us. I don't know if you missed that, but you're coming this way.
Well,
Right. At this, I'm just getting in my car. I'm gonna start following.
Yeah, I'm
somebody
gonna
who's driving.
go
on.
with
Yeah, Sam's got in his car, and he's just got the engine on, and he's gone.
then he will pile
In
in
case
with
you
Miss
missed
Stone.
it, Mr. Toon. I had a disagreement with Mr. Smith about issues that came up while I was away last night and happened under his watch. And apparently he's
Oh.
mad at me for being mad at him about letting shit happen on his watch. So
I'm
he's a
still
little
pissed about
sensitive.
him running his mouth. You telling me there's a whole new clusterfuck for me to be mad at?
All Zeke is going to look at Tim and just going to say, mushroom.
Oh, god damn it.
But yes, do come.
Yes.
And Mr. White, we have to have a chat as well. More
most
yes.
agreeable chat.
Anyways, do you all have vehicles? Did you all walk, or how did you get here?
My vehicle is nearby. I'll follow you in short order.
I got here with you, and would it be okay if I ride with you?
Absolutely.
My ride just took off towards Mr. Smith's place, so I will either walk or join you.
You can ride in the back, Mr. White, as long as you don't cause any more masquerade breaches in my back
I
seat.
will sit in the trunk.
Hey, look at the bright side. If you do, we can watch the sunrise come up together.
Mm,
And with
Yes.
that,
At least you'll have company.
A
All right.
comforting thought.
we're going to pause and call that a night session. With Mr. Chase saying, we can watch the sunrise together.
Hell yeah.
That would be romantic. The fact that we can
That's
die.
awesome. You guys were great tonight. Next,
and
all I got to say is next week, y'all better bring a game because the fuckery will exponentially commence next week.
Oh,
Yeah, a lot of plot
Damn it,
holes
the
got filled in for me
Still
tonight.
enough. I'm gonna be blowing up your inbox with different NPCs I'm chatting with.
Awesome.
So I got a question. Did I not bring my A game tonight?
You
'Cause
brought your A
I
game.
apologize.
I think everybody
I brought-
brought their A game tonight.
Yeah, I thought mine went up a notch. 2A+ game after Virginia and Virginia had that fight, he was still steaming. That little bit of time he had to himself did not help.
Oh, you fucked up and wouldn't accept the blame, so
God.
you got yelled at.
Children, to your respective
But that's
corners.
enough. That's enough.
Yeah. My final action this evening as Zeke would be to smile at Mr. Keats as his inclination of sunrise.
Excellent.
That's
So,
not-
viewers, as we do every week when we finish one of our games, we go around the table and we give a high point, a low point, and a nomination for the extra XP that we give out each and every week that we play. And we ask that our viewers also give their input towards this extra XP based on what they viewed this week. And we're going to go around the table, and this week we're going to start with Sam.
Of course, we start with me. Well, I am in a hurry because I got pinged twice.
Yep.
My high. Well, my high goes to how Annabelle pretty much manhandled Ezekiel. That's
Yes.
my high. I don't know about the rest of y'all, but that's my high point. My low point, I got two. Well, one is Mr. Keats and his internet connection.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That was
You're
fine.
fine. And two, the little step between two best friends. And my nom, well, I got two. Special nom goes to Sylvanov, as always.
Thank you.
And my nom goes to Annabelle this week.
Oh no.
Did you just say,
Listen,
oh
thank
no,
you.
to the nom?
Yeah,
Mr.
no,
Tim.
Mr. Toon.
Yeah. Yes, I am
He's
no
good now.
longer. So my low would be basically waiting all night for the shit show to come to town. But my high was definitely having a lot of plot holes filled in for me personally this evening. A lot of things make a lot more sense now. As far as nom, I gotta nominate Zeke for that line at Ramona.
Yeah.
Your blood, the bond.
Annabelle.
I think for me, the low was probably definitely, I felt bad. My scenes feel like they always take a long time, and so I felt like that probably dragged out how long Tim was having to be by himself standing in a field.
That was a choice.
Yeah, I know. My high,
A wise but unuseful one, it would seem.
yeah. I think my high was probably the whole bar scene thing, because it's, I don't know. I liked being able to use Soaring Leap, which is partially why it was a high for me, but also the fact that I went into that with a totally different way of how I thought that was going to go. And it was just like, nope, get fucked. And I was like, oh shit. And so then the whole time I was just like, how can we defuck this situation, since I've been constantly telling Ezekiel to stop fucking up. And
So you staked an elder.
Yeah. So you do what you do. You stake an elder.
Hey, sometimes it's a good
course of
idea. I'm
action.
telling you.
When all else
Says
fails,
you.
stake an elder.
Yeah. So my nom,
Kebabs, anyone?
I think my nom goes to, see, I want to nominate everybody, but I
If
think,
only.
do what?
That's the if only.
Oh, if only. Yeah, I think my nom goes to, I want to say, I'm going to give my nom to Sam, because I'm sure the player was miffed at getting like called out so much, but he was doing such a good job of showing his like pissed off, just like, fuck you guys, you're a bunch of assholes. Like, why do I put up with this crap? And so like, I felt so bad for Sam. As soon as Virginia torn him, I was like, oh no, Sam, please let me protect you. Like, I just wanted to like throw myself between you two. But yeah, so
I felt so bad.
So that's why I'm giving it
Oh,
to Sam.
please. Sam made a shit sandwich and then got mad that he had to eat it.
He didn't make a shit sandwich.
You got
Ezekiel made a
served
shit
it.
sandwich.
Yeah.
And
On his watch.
and I'm trying to remedy that. Okay, I'm trying to fix the mess. I'm just saying my nod goes to Sam. So yeah.
Appreciate it.
Fair.
Jonathan.
Oh, me. So that easy. Low for me, internet connection. Also, I was kind of boring with the thin blood stuff. Waking up a little bit earlier. I just wanted to make sure that I was really interested in the club, so I wanted to come back and see it on a possibly not screwed up night to see like if this is a place I would actually frequent, and like is this a good potential hunting ground and stuff like that. My high was definitely all of the interactions that went on with the meeting of the prince. That was wild. I had no idea what was coming next. A lot of word vomit from a lot of places, and I just felt like I was just caught in this like worse and worse and worse situation, and I'm regretting a lot of decisions right now. But
Hopefully it wasn't joining this game.
No. Super fun.
I was about to say.
I will say, the prince definitely gets my nomination. Give him experience points. All your baddies, level them up. No,
Why?
I would say Virginia would get my nom. I like the energy of.
Thank you.
Like, I actually felt like you Toreador Bane like through the camera.
Nice. Excellent. Zeke. High, low, and a nom, sir.
Yes. Low point. Not too many low points this week. It's more, hey, circumstance between people and situations.
Not the finger you lost.
No, it's fine.
And tried to give to me, thank you.
Yes.
Weirdo.
High point being people's true personalities are coming out to play.
Excellent.
And nomination, Mr. Keats. Not because he's one of the newest, but his interactions at the battlefield have proven he knows more than he's let on.
Mm.
And that's smart.
Excellent. Virginia.
All right. So I guess Virginia's actual low, not mine, but I think hers would have been the whole interaction with Sam. She really hates getting mad, but she was really offended, I guess. And the whole pulling rank thing, I hate that. But that happened. And yeah, as a player, I don't really think I had a low. It was kind of fun. It was a really good good game. Highs definitely would have been the whole interaction with the sheriff and the prince, and oh my god, the word vomit. Jesus Christ. But yeah. That was interesting. We have given away all the secrets. We have none. So that's great, guys. Good job. 10 out of 10.
But here's the thing, though. The prince doesn't know what me, Tim, and Zeke know about the sheriff. And we kept that to ourselves. That's the only secret we have left.
Good job. We kept one, guys.
Not the only
Bravo.
secret.
Oh, man.
The only secret.
Wait, no, that's two secrets. Never mind. There's two secrets we have on our side.
Ooh, we gave away the big one. So what's it matter now, friends?
I have a
In
bunch
any
of
case,
secrets to bring to the group.
Oh,
my
wait.
nomination, though, would actually go to Sam for being a patient individual. Getting shit on like that, that's not easy as a player, and I appreciate you.
I already knew it was coming anyway. Like for the past,
I
He
know.
did. He's been talking like the last 2 weeks about she's gonna fucking kill me.
And I think that
I
when you
didn't
came
kill
in the
you.
call, that she would shove her fist down my throat before you hopped in the call.
I didn't kill you. I didn't fire you. I just dismissed you for the evening.
Basically shoved her fist down my throat.
So those of you
And yelled at you.
joining us and viewing on Twitch, who would you throw an extra XP at? Give us a quick shout out before we finalize that. And I will give my high, low, and nom. My high definitely was getting you all back-centered, focused on a singular goal, and seeing you all interact from your different perspectives within the circumstances that each of you have. Having that coalesce was sugar on the pie. It was great. My low is not having Victor Costa present with us for this, because that would have just been primo.
Icing on the cake.
It would have been
Yeah.
a little bit more sugar and icing
Yeah.
on my cake.
Just
Oh,
imagine his word vomit. If he was
Oh,
there.
dude.
No, he wouldn't have word vomited. He would have gotten mad at the word vomit.
So for me,
Venture gonna venture.
it's tough. It's really tough because all of you were exceptional tonight. You did really well in playing each of your perspective parts, and your different the different perspectives came out clear, and it was really fun to see that in RP. I'm going to go with and give the extra XP to Mr. Sam.
Appreciate you guys.
The way that you reacted was absolutely perfect for your character, and the way that I expected Sam to react to said situation. If I could give extra XP to others, I would. But I've already punished
Them
most
days
of
are
my
over.
characters with so much extra XP, it's not even funny. But all of you did an incredible job. It was really fun to see you all interact in the different perspectives that you did. Annabelle and her ongoing incursion with Zeke, Jonathan's interaction with what the fuck are these people doing? What the hell did I just get into? And oh shit, why am I being included in this punishment? Great. Tim being gone for a couple of weeks and coming back into what the fuck have you all been doing while I've been gone?
Long story.
Zeke with his continual dive into the deep into the pool of what the fuckery. I look forward to seeing where that dive ends, to be honest. Annabelle, you're folding into this this eccentric collection of personalities is excellent, and I love it. For all of you that have joined us to watch, we thank you so much for your views. We love you all, and we look forward to seeing you next week when we adjourn again for the Prince William by Night Chronicle of the World of Darkness. Thank you all.
What the fuck?
And we will see you all in the chat after we finish. Good night, and thank you so much for joining us.
Bye. Good night.